What's up? It's good to see you. I hope you've been well. What if it's a pink blue dragon? Yeah, right? Oh my god. I always have to ask people about that. When people are like, I got a this color thing. It's like, how do you know it's that color if it hasn't been painted yet? No, I play completely vanilla. Orlando boy. I don't use the starter pack, and I don't use the. But I may not use starter pack, and I may not use DF hack. But it is year 347, meaning the fort is 342 years old. Shall we dive in, lads? I know. I'm just being a twat. Don't mind me. So today is going to be kind of a tavern hangout day, I think. We're in the 12th of Galena, late summer. And the reason we're going to be doing another tavern day is because it seems like we've got some depressed-ish dwarves, but I got some cabinets to make, so let's just do that first. I think it was just one. Yeah, we'll do two. That's fine. Dragon Man, what's up? On topic of dragons. How you doing? Good to see you. I mean, it's just like I always ramble about the fact that there are no dragons in Skyrim. Everybody always rambles about how there's dragons in Skyrim, and I'm like, but there's no dragons in Skyrim. Literally, like, I've played most of Skyrim. There is not a single dragon in Skyrim. There's lots of wyverns, but there isn't a single dragon. Yeah, Skyrims are wyverns. They're not dragons. Dragons have 4 legs and wings. Wyverns have 2 legs and bat arms with wings attached to them. All of the dragons in dragons, allegedly, in Skyrim, don't have legs. They have bat wings, where they have little fingers on the end of those. What are drakes? That's a male duck. Naturally. Come on, you played Dwarf Fortress. You know how this goes. I mean, they ain't male ducks, I can tell you that. Although in that last playthrough I did, they were definitely Thomas the Tank Engines, which I think is more scientifically accurate, naturally. I didn't like Skyrim very much, by the way. It just bothers the crap out of me when people call them dragons, that's all. So this is one of the examples of a dwarf who's in anguish. I've done as much for him as I think I can. I really don't know what else I could do for this poor dwarf. He just wants to practice a craft, and well, I've given the most common ones to him already. I could also give him those two, but he's just kind of gone nuts. So it's rough. Macho Man was an arm? Yeah, I don't really like Macho Man. Thomas the Tank Engine, though. That's where it's at. The current living dwarves in the fortress are Pilot, Vimamel, Puffinair, Nanochip, Bumblebed, Krakenzieg, Diamond Destruct, Peter, Dragon, Sideways Massive, Axon, Zindros, Stone, Ghost, Seeker, Knowles, Jimmy Tibby, Blue Water, Defcom, Mark, Zetsuki, Laggy, Team Xeno, Do It, LaFonda, Don Caribou, who just became a peasant, apparently, Rory, Chocobo, Volleyball, Bellinair, Cucumber, Arch, Whitcode, and Lumpy. Don Caribou, yes, you do have to. Just wanted to check that, make sure. We're just waiting for a few things to get sorted. Also, Jimmy's pretty depressed over here. But I've just kind of got a handful of depressed dwarves that we need to deal with. That's going to be today, is trying to just manage that and mitigate that and do damage control. I alive. I'm blind. But yeah, so a little bit of housekeeping since we're actually in game now. Annual Patreon stuffs on the Patreon for the entirety of December are 16% off, so you can get a little discount if you want to support the channel for the entirety of next year into December again, if that's a thing you wanted. So that's that. Aside from that, we're just streaming every day for the next 24 days. I'm not going to be playing 24 different games as like Navy asked, but there will be quite a few other games. Some games that I haven't played in a while, some games that I've wanted to get around to but haven't had the chance to, some games that I've wanted to play but haven't gotten around to. So there will be hopefully some interesting stuff here and there. That'll be a little bit different, but also more of the normal. We're constructing some rock cabinets. Once we're done constructing those rock cabinets, I can put these dwarves back up in the tavern. We can hopefully just chillax until the year end and gain some of that stress back. And of course, if you heard your dwarf's name being called, let me know and I'll take a peek. We'll see what they look like. Dragon Man, how's your December so far? Chad, have you heard your appropriate allotment of Christmas carols yet? Because it is unfortunately that year. You know, I walked into my my coffee shop up the street last week, and they were playing Christmas carols, and I was like, I feel so sorry for you two people working here. You two are here every day, and if you guys have to listen to the same Christmas carols every single day. I am convinced that the only people who like Christmas carols are people who've never worked in any kind of food service or like retail job. It's like if you've never worked food service or retail, I completely understand how you could potentially live in the bliss ignorance of not actually caring about how terrible Christmas carols actually are. Then they start marketing. October 31st is usually when all the Christmas decorations go up here. At midnight on October 31st. So by November 1st, everything here is Christmas. But I also don't go to the malls anymore, so maybe that's changed. But it's always been that way up until, you know, not normal times. So there is that. You have National Kitty Day? I'm going to just pretend that that's a day about cats and not a day about children. And the smell of sweet, cheap chocolate makes you sick? Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry. Yeah, but like I like the mental image of you guys having a holiday about cats. Also, isn't like everyday kids' days? Which is why we have like Father's Day and Mother's Day, because it's the parents that need a goddamn break, not the kids. So why do the kids get a dedicated holiday? I don't understand. To be around family, you want abstract thinking. Let's just try this. We'll see how being a scholar helps, or if it does. I mean, I remember, like, actually having this discussion with my mom when I was little. They get presents? Isn't that what Christmas is for? Or do you guys do, like, St. Nick's Day on the 15th? You got Kids Day too? Anyway, I remember I have this very vivid memory of having this discussion with my mom. I want to say it was around like Father's Day. I was like, why do mom and dad get days but kids don't? And then mom and dad were like, because every day is Kids Day. And you get your birthday. And you get Christmas. And it's like, okay, well, when you put it like that, I get it. Yeah, Sinterklaas or St. Nick's, which is like the direct translation. Going to assign this to the mayor. You really enjoy the more traditional church carols, but you have an actual hatred for the modern ones. So I tend to agree with you, actually. I was raised Lutheran. I'm not even remotely Christian these days, but like, I tend to agree. I have like a fondness for the more traditional Christmas carols, or the Christmas carol's the wrong word. Hymns I enjoy, just because they're beautiful pieces of music. But when it comes to modern Christmas music, I have two exceptions. I love Twisted Sister's Twisted Christmas. It's terrible, but I love it. And I also very unironically enjoy Bad Religion's Bad Christmas, which is just fucking phenomenal. Because there's something about Bad Religion just being like, jingle bells, jingle all the way. It's just, yes, give me that all day. Please. If I could buy that on like, I should buy that on CD and just play that really loudly once a year. So those are the two like traditional Christmas albums that I appreciate. But that's just because I like both of those bands. It's like for the same reason that I like AC/DC's Christmas album a little bit. Is because AC/DC's fun, and who doesn't want to hear them sing Carol of the Bells? It's just dumb and entertaining. Stone, we have a tribute from Nulan Abo and Basti Peme, which sounds like a type of pasta to me. Chad, are you guys partial to any particular holiday musics? Because like I actually like legit went caroling when I was younger. Tributes, yes. Tributes. I went legit caroling when I was younger, where we would like go door to door and ask for donations to charities and stuff in exchange for carols. We just like stand in the middle of like a cul-de-sac and just sing for like 10 minutes straight. And I want to say that like 60% of the people that we did that close to appreciated it, and the other 40 were just like, shut the fuck. Carols are songs? Yep. A carol is I actually don't know the definition of the word, but it's basically just like a Christmas song. Let me know when you got it, Stone. Can I just say that persimmons are underrated, at least over here? I ate a persimmon last night. Persimmons are yummy. I like persimmons. Persimmons are fucking tasty. Let me know when you got it, Stone. Right, persimmons. Yeah, they're so tasty. I don't know. LaFonda, how have you been? I feel like I haven't seen you around as much because you've been busy with stuff. Hope life's been treating you well. Speaking of people who I hope life's been treating well, what's up, Psychon? How's things? Having technical issue? Do you want me to screenshot them for you, or up to you? Wassailing? Wassailing. What is wassailing? Yeah, do that? Alright. I got you. But what the heck is wassailing? Where can I find the nuclear wassels? Ultra UK wassailing. Tradition at the beginning of each year when one of the manor would greet the assembled multitude in the West of Wales Hall and be well and be in good health. And this, the followers to drink ale or drink well, and the celebrations have a glass or two, perhaps even a drop more. Celebrations are likely enjoyed by many of the years, and the Christianity brings 600 onwards. Huh. Interesting. Can I just say that it sounds like some sort of wrestling? Such a strange word. Interesting. Sounds just like a bunch of, like, cringy old people. to me now. So Patreon payouts are 69% processed, so that's neat. Let's screenshot this for stone. One large red flash opal. Oh wow, that's actually a short one because they brought a cow and a Nicolas Cage. A short one. I mean, still very long in comparison, but... We never knew what it meant. Huh. I mean, yeah, I feel like I just got a mini history lesson on what wassailing is. You know, like, I do like, you know, where I live, but the one... You know what? Fuck it. Let's see if I can make this work better. Because I keep having dwarves getting stuck. Specifically in the stairs. See if that helps. Interesting. It did. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of like weird like artifacts of history in Christmas carols, which is kind of like the one portion of them that I like. Is like the weird bits of history. The fact that like when you read into them, it's like, oh, there's actually like a lot of weird historical artifacts in these that does make them kind of interesting. But hang in there, Peter. But the actual issue to me is they're just completely ruined by capitalism, generally. Like there was a portion of my life where I really enjoyed Christmas carols, but now it's just like all I think about when I hear them now is just the mall, and that's my least favorite place in the world because like that's where you hear them now. It's like they're on in public places, they're on in the mall, they're on in the grocery stores, they're on in places that are trying to get you to buy shit, and it's just like to a point where like I'm surprised that Amazon doesn't like. Do you remember when websites used to just play music in the background for no fucking reason? Do you remember when websites used to do that back in old internet days? I'm surprised that Amazon doesn't just like play Jingle Bells when you go to it now. Like I'm genuinely kind of surprised. I know that they don't, but like it does kind of shock me. It's like why how are we not at that point now where like Amazon's just like, oh, you like Christmas, right? It's Christmas, right? But I'm looking forward to New Year's. I always like New Year's. New Year's is a fun time. I enjoy New Year's a whole lot. Although oddly enough, when it comes to previous years, I'm actually like kind of looking forward to Christmas this year. Arch is throwing a tantrum. Where's Arch at? Oh, there you are. A very short one. But the reason I'm actually kind of looking forward to Christmas this year is pretty simple. I get to see my little sister and my older sister in the same room for the first time in, oh boy, 3 years? 4 maybe? Like, it's been a while since I've seen both of them. I don't know. I don't really have much else to talk about at this precise moment in time. Brain is just kind of on, yo, everybody put their Christmas lights up last night. So now I'm just in that mode. Interested after watching performance, content having a pretty decent drink, blissful after sleeping in a fantastic bedroom. Why are you so depressed all the time? You have everything that you want. Wait, I should just be asking myself this. See you in 4 hours. Best at. Can I buy fireworks? Yes. But that's like asking, can you buy heroin? Yes. I live in a part of town that has a very large East Indian population. And the way my part of... yes, you can buy them legally. But you have to buy them off of native land. Or from the outskirts of town. You can't buy them in the city legally. It depends on the city. And it depends on the province. And it depends on the town. And regulations and rules vary from city to city. Canada's a very big country, so I cannot answer for the whole country. I can answer for my very small portion of the country, where it's like, yes, if you're not in the cities. But I live in a part of town that is very East Indian, and Diwali is very important. And so's Halloween, because it's close to Diwali. So they might as well just fine every single person in my entire city, like an even amount of like $10 or something, to just pay for all the damages that they do with fireworks, because by the end of like Halloween and Diwali, everybody's purchased and set off some fireworks. Because like my city turns into a fucking war zone for like 2 months of the year. Also, please don't ask me about all of Canada's regulations, because I genuinely have no idea. Canada is such a big country. You need to realize that's like me asking you, can you buy fireworks in Europe? Like all of Europe? It's about the same variance in law. And I mean, like, legally. All of Europe. All of it. Because I know for a fact that that's not true. I know for a fact that you just say blanket yes to all of Europe. True. Over the last 5 years, you have left your faith. Yay! Protestant and Baptist, and after the first year that you identify and tell people that you're an atheist. Really weird to you now to hear the churchy Christmas carols, and you feel a lot of sympathy for others outside of Christianity, and you get co-opted into listening to those songs and do anything that you hear after Thanksgiving. I tend to agree with that to a degree. I mean, I was very I was extremely Christian growing up, right? I'm not an atheist. I'm agnostic. And I think that there's a degree of pessimism that you need to have, and hatred, or not hatred, but a degree of pessimism that you need to have as a person to be atheist, which I like to think I don't have. Neil says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? I don't believe I have that degree of pessimism. Like, I thought about it for a while, and I'm very much just agnostic. It's like, I can't be that pessimistic as a person, because it kind of makes me lose the will to live to a degree. It's like, oh, life is meaningless and there is nothing out there, and so what's the point? Is like very much atheism, and it's like I choose to be agnostic because I feel like it's more accepting, and I do genuinely pity people that are completely stuck in religion. But on the flip side, I can understand the benefits of it. Like, I pity people who are, like, stuck in entrapment religions, like, or borderline cults, like Mormonism, stuff like that. Like, those people I pity. But when it comes to, you know, the Sikhs, the Christians, that part of religion, I understand the benefits of it. So I don't know. I don't think it weirds me out. There definitely was like a year or two there where I felt that way. I'd say maybe 2016, 17, I definitely felt that way, but I think I've kind of grown up a bit since then. And these days it's more of a, if you get benefits from it, fucking by all means, more power to you is kind of the route that I take these days and kind of how I feel about it. So. But that being said, I do genuinely believe that a lot of religion is one of the few things that's keeping us severed as people. But unfortunately, without religion, we just fall into chaos. So people are problematic nightmares regardless of what direction or what belief system you use. Maybe that's what makes us charming. I don't know. This dwarf just wants to practice a martial art, but I literally can't let you do that, because if you do, then, and you tantrum, then you'll kill somebody. You know, it's really funny, Stone, because a friend of mine growing up, there was this one time these Jehovah's Witnesses came up to his door and were like, "Would you like to know the good word of our Lord?" And he's like, "Would you like a cup of coffee?" Brought them inside and sat them down and made them and debated with them and completely picked them apart and found every loophole. This actually is a tube of lava that goes all the way down to the center of the earth. It took me 200 years to dig it. All the way down to the center of the earth. Or rather, almost all the way down to the center of the earth. Into this giant lava reservoir. Just pumped all the way up. And it serves absolutely no practical purpose currently. Aside from it's like the gaudiest magma forge of all time. It's connected to this, which is my forge. It is silly, it's over the top, it's huge. It's ridiculously big, and I shouldn't have made it so big. But I did, so. That's a lot of vomit. That tube! Is this like that claw kind of feel? It's like that kind of vibe? You've mentioned that lad who went to me school before. That is way too general a thing to say, so I have no idea. Maybe? Did I mention that one guy that did the thing the one time? That's basically what you just said. I don't think you have, Stone. I don't think you have. I like that I understand the reference then, Kodiak. What up, dude? All I know for Christmas shopping this year is I'm buying my little sister a copy of Unpacking. Don't know what I'm getting my older sister. I got my older sister Disco Elysium 2 years ago. And last year I bought her another game. But I know that she finished Disco Elysium twice, so I guess that was a good buy. Maybe I should get her Pathfinder Kingmaker. I need someone to report back, chat, if they've fixed Pathfinder Kingmaker enough that I could buy it for my older sister. Although if I bought it for my older sister, she probably, like... It would probably take her 2 years to finish it, so... By the time she got to the end of it, it would, fixed up. I know that she loved Disco Elysium. Although, frankly, as what I should really give my little sister is just like League of Legends money, because she just plays a lot of League of Legends. Also, Black Desert Online. My little sister is playing all the problem games. kind of games does she enjoy? My little sister, League of Legends and Black Desert Online. And she works in games QA, and I don't know what game she's working on, but I know I have a couple of guesses, and I don't really want to elaborate because I don't want to get her in trouble. But I have a pretty good idea what game she's working. Intervention. That's what I've been saying. Like I wasn't streaming a couple of months ago, and it's just like your little sister's Steam username has started playing Black Desert Online. I was like, ah, oh, fuck, and I opened it up, and it's like, yep, she's playing BDO for the first time. And I was like, stop, it's a trap. Literally just immediately sent her a DM, stop, it's a trap, get away, run. And she's just like, what are you talking about? I should just buy her farming simulator. That'll be the proper intervention, I think. I mean, Desert Online, yeah. Actually, I want to see, how much time does she have in BDO now? I'm not going to out what her Steam name is, but... Oh, she has 2,101 hours in BDO. 1,338 hours in Stardew Valley. She's finished every Tomb Raider game. She has over 100 hours in every single one of the recent Tomb Raider games. Life is Strange. She's got an hour in Dark Souls, so you know how that went. Those are rookie numbers. Considering she's been playing for 3 months, that's pretty okay, dude. Like, yes, those are rookie numbers, because I think she still qualifies as a rookie by that logic. You know, I too bought BDO just to play with that character creator and make a waifu. It's like legit. I got BDO when it was like $1, and it was just so that I could like fuck with that character creator. Cooler, have you hit 10,000 hours on Warframe yet? That's the important question. This lad found out about your lack in belief in deities. I say deities. And tried to force God down your throat by trying to say evolution isn't a thing. Okay. Well, I mean, it's not, obviously, and the world is flat. So, what's your point? Anyway, this is why I don't believe in his brand of Christianity. What brand of Christianity did he believe in? Out of curiosity. Probably not. And I could check for you, Cooler, if you didn't know. I'm going to check if Cooler has 10,000 hours in Warframe yet. Mr. No Man's Sky player. How you liking No Man's Sky, by the way, Cooler? Not quite. You need to play another 600 hours of Warframe to hit the 10,000 hours. Getting distracted by all the things. Yeah, true. There's other good games. And also I keep telling you to draw things for me. I mean, how dare I, right? I don't think he ever mentioned the name, but it was curious. No pork rules, no pork rules. No pork rules? What do you mean by no pork rules? No life after death, which was weird to me. That is weird. Oh. That almost doesn't sound like Christianity to me, but... That's a weird brand of religion. Putting it out there. On the 15th? Okay. Yeah, that's weird. If they believe in no life after death, then... Bell said he was going to stream it. Weird! Is that because they're going to have Twitch drops or something? Bell's streaming games? Jeez, man. Merchants are leaving soon. Gotta make another cabinet. At least my mayor's predictable. Cabinets! What? More cabinets! What? More cabinets! More cabinets! I'm telling you, more cabinets! How's Peter doing? Ending meeting? Gotta make sure that my mayor's doing nothing but mayorly duties. Which is true. Indeed, doing nothing but mayorly duties. Not because the ghost of Charlie Darwin came over and slapped you in the science textbook. Yes. Well, I mean, like I said earlier, religion has its benefits. It's like a giant group therapy sesh, but it also has a lot of downsides. Not really. Like, kind of not really at all, Sebastian. Because it doesn't have any mood generation. If it had personality generation, then I would agree. But that's kind of the thing that makes Dwarf Fortress is the personality generation. It's a game with a lot of depth, but it's not Dwarf Fortress. Unless you're just like using Dwarf Fortress as like an adjective to describe game with a lot of depth. And prayer and nods when you were nearby. I wonder what that kid's doing. Like, how can I ask how old you were at the time? And how old this kid was at the time? $16-ish? I wonder what that kid's doing now. Like, it's only been a few years, right? But I do wonder. Whenever I hear about shit like that, it's always like, man, I wonder where they're at now. Wonder how life's treating them. I guess at the end of the day, the thing that I should say is, you know, like you do what you need to do, right? And if what you need to do is practicing religion, do that. But that shit don't work for everybody. Just doesn't. Except for Scientology. If you become a Scientologist, then I will judge you loudly. Fortunately, they're on the decline due to the voice of this thing called Logic and Reason. Still the same news, it looks like. None of your business. Yeah, it's true. I every now and again I like go on a mad internet searching spree and I look up all the people that I knew growing up to see what they're doing these days. Well, I mean, it's the same logic, Mark, as to how people fall and get stuck in things like QAnon or become anti-vaxxers. It's like the same kind of slow brainwashing. I don't understand why you're comparing all of these games that mechanically are completely different to Dwarf Fortress. Sebastian, you're perplexing me. I don't understand. Yeah, and it gives us a feeling of self-importance and purpose in life, which the sheer nihilism of the reality of science scares a lot of people away. I mean, obviously, got nothing on Doom. Come on, man. Also, 40k sucks. What's wrong with you? Play actually like the figures are awesome. The lore is awesome. Actually playing that game is not fun. The aesthetics of it are pretty great though. So you'll be forgetting this within a week. Yep. Mm-hmm. Science is a mess. I don't know. I would tend to agree. Based on the little bits of knowledge I know about that. Hang in there, Dwarf. Can you translate that out of British? Because I don't know what you mean by I cannot overstate how science has nout to do. What? I don't know what the nout in there means. Nothing to do. Okay. I was like, I need you to translate that for me, please. You keep misclicking that rewind button? Oh, really? They still have that rewind button? How do you keep clicking it? What are you trying to click? The problem with that rewind button is it isn't even a real rewind button. It's a fake rewind button. It just boots you into the VOD that's quietly recording in the background. Near the chat, I guess. I guess maybe they should move it further to the left. Do they still have the little feedback button where you can send them feedback on those new buttons? Because I actually really like those buttons in theory. I don't think they're that useful on my stream, but it's neat that they are implementing new features. Yeah, I tend to agree still. The ghost of Charlie Darwin came over and slapped me in the face with a science textbook. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't care anymore, says Lumpy. 65 years old. What does that have to do with anything? I mean, like, to me, the irony of... I mean, you don't have to be against science to believe in God. That's like, I think, like, the ripple there that, as somebody who was raised Christian, understands, is like, you can have a belief system and a faith system, but also practice science. So, I don't see that as, like, a contradiction necessarily. Like, just because you believe in a higher power doesn't mean you can't assume that the higher power operates within the laws of science. It's more logical to be a scientist who believes in a higher power than it is to be a scientist who thinks the earth is flat, so... There is that. Oh, we're getting rumors from abroad! Is that actually going to show up anywhere? Probably it's just this. That they know that my army is here and that my artifacts are here. Yeah, it seems to just be that. So yeah, I don't think that that's necessarily breaking anything. I think it's... like I said, also, there are many mental health benefits to being a religious person. So for some people, it's just a format of therapy. You didn't get to what you were. Oh, okay, fair enough. If you missed that bit, yeah. Yeah, no. Earlier I was talking about how like religion means different things to different people. To me, it was entrapment, and I'm glad I got out. But to some people that I knew, it was very much just like their therapy. It was their social circle. It was their only real way of, having a friend group to a degree. So it certainly serves its benefits. But it just like anything, it can go too far and cause problems. And just because something has benefits doesn't mean that, like, you need to force it on other people, right? It's like, I think weed has benefits, but I'm not going to make you smoke weed. Just because it has benefits for me doesn't mean it'll have benefits for you. Religion's kind of the same thing. That being said, if your religion tells you to kill people, you're in the wrong religion. And if your religion tells you to hate people or control other people, you're in the wrong fucking religion. I'm looking at you, Miss Midwestern Bible Belt. But, you know. Oddly steep topics. I just wanted to talk about Christmas carols today, chat. and now we're here. Because, like, I don't know. Well, I shall extend my statement. If your religion justifies being a bigot, you're in the wrong religion. Get a better religion, damn it. Also, it seems like Steam sales have ended. Kind of figured those would last longer, but guess not. This is weird. It's got an email from Netflix. Dear Gregory, we wanted to let you know about some updates to Netflix that won't affect your experience. Continue watching your shows and movies as usual. Fine, if you insist. On January 1st, 2022, Netflix contracting company will change to Netflix Service Canada, ULC. This update will be made automatically with no interruption to your membership. What does that mean? And why? And why are you, if it's of no concern to me, why are you even telling me this? I feel like now that I've seen this email, I feel like I should be concerned. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, but why? To brag? I doubt it. I wonder, is this like maybe one of those situations where like, Google, we are now Alphabet. Please pay no heed and don't look at what we're doing. Just another brie brand. But like, why? What was wrong with the brand from before? I don't know. It's just whenever I see stuff like that, it's just a, uh-oh. Like, who's in trouble? Who got sued? Like, why? I always want to know the why behind the rebrand. I guess I could Google it, but. Absolutely. Fuck you, I ain't. I'm gonna, like, not watch Netflix tonight, damn it. Don't you tell me what to do. Please continue to enjoy your movies and shows as normal. I mean, yeah, that all your true crime documentaries that are definitely not proving that I'm a potential serial killer are very entertaining, but also, what are you accusing me of? I don't know. Whenever I see stuff like that, it's just like, what? Why? Just, it's always the most perplexing thing in the world to me whenever I see that. Can I just say that this dwarf feeling anxious after dwelling upon discussing dietary relationships is just way too funny. This dwarf is anxious after dwelling upon discussing dietary relationships. I discussed being vegan. I am scared now. Yeah, I feel that. No, Netflix Canada, the company that distributes Netflix Canada is... okay, your Netflix contracting company will change to Netflix Services Canada. Is what that means. I wonder what it was called previously. Netflix Canada rebrand. No one's even got stories about this. Yeah, I'm literally seeing nothing about this. I mean, it was probably just called Netflix Services Canada before. Okay, so it used to just be called Netflix Canada. Now it's called Services Netflix Canada ULC. And they updated this August 2020. So, literally nothing. It's just perplexing, that's all. I guess it'll probably show different on my, like, payment charges. I would assume. What? I don't know. The tech industry has trained me to be super suspicious whenever I see companies rebranding. Also, it is winter, so they keep saving. What is that? What is Canada flavor? Chat, what is Canada flavor? When you think of Canada, what is Canada flavor? Maple? Cold. I'm pretty sure your country is about as cold as Canada, though, Mark. Cold maple. Chat, what's your country's flavor? I could see maple. Although I would argue that it depends on the province. I could see why the international response would just be maple. Freedom? Freedom in air quotes, you mean. You wonder about that, though, with a company as large as Netflix to say we legally have to tell our customers that what % of people will unsubscribe even if there's no impact to them. Yeah, I do wonder. Yeah, like that's why it's like yeah, very very important. That's why it makes me wonder. It's like, why are they rebranding? Why is there a rebrand in the first place, though? Like, did somebody leave? Did they sell something? Did they just like do a bunch of insider trading? Like, what the fuck just happened? Whenever I see that sort of stuff, I always get suspicious. Only after being away from friends for too long. Well, you only have one friend, who's Diamond. So let's let you hang on here and gain some friends. Nothing happened. Quite literally nothing happened. In Canada, Netflix rebranded from Netflix Services Canada to Netflix Services Canada ULC, I think. Yeah, it changed from Netflix Canada to Netflix Services Canada ULC. And it matters on bank statements. That's literally it. I'm just wondering as to why this mild, tiny little rebrand that no one will even notice is important enough that they need to send me an email. And I can't figure it out. Literally all I found after a couple seconds of Googling was like it's just a rebrand for their back end, but so I don't think it's even remotely newsworthy. I'm more just perplexed as to why they sent me an email about it. God damn it. Only dwarves could stop getting stuck in the middle there. I don't know why they keep on getting stuck in the stairs, but they do. Oops, never mind. Gotta turn this off again, because my mayor needs a cabinet. Oh, we never made the cabinet. That would be why. Well, let's let them go make the cabinet. Yeah, probably, quite literally, like, that's probably what's going on, Paranoid Metroid, is, like, they probably figured out how to dodge more taxes. Like, quite literally, that's probably what it is. Anyway. They are legally obligated to tell you that they aren't a real doctor? Probably. Well, do you know how much further north Canada goes than the Netherlands? Quite a bit. But where I'm at, we're almost at the same latitude. So you and me, our weather is about the same. About the same. I'm maybe a little bit colder. But Canada goes much further north. Once again, you have to take size into account. Considering the majority of people in Canada are less than 100 kilometers from the border to the US. I'm coastal, but like less than 100 meters, or not 100 meters, 100 kilometers from the US border. Yeah, if you go north, it gets way fucking colder. But the populated regions of Canada, well, it's about the same. But yeah, I am literally like walking distance from ocean. not quite. I'm walking distance from saltwater river that flows into ocean. But you keep on making these very, very, very like drastic statements on Canada and the size of Canada. It's salt because of how close it is to the ocean. Because the tide flows up. Like when tide comes in, that river rises and goes down because of how close it is to the ocean. Because it flows into the river, into the ocean. And you get backwash back up and in. If I walk down to the Fraser, which is the river that goes past me, it's like a 20-minute walk for me. It's saltwater, and it's only like 3 kilometers from the bay. So, yeah, when the tides come in, you get a little wave, and it makes everything salty. It's also where we get salmon runs, whatnot. Anybody making that cabinet? Jimmy is. Come on, Jimmy, make a cabinet. Be good. Nah, it's not big enough. Russia's bigger. Which just means we need to, like, pour some dirt into the oceans on either side so we can expand by a little bit, just so that we can, like, catch up to Russia. That or, like, maybe America could just give us, tides come in. You can't explain that. So the moon. Are you from Quebec just because of the QC in your name, Bruno? If so, you're like half of my chat. Maybe not half my chat, but the moon is fake. Well, no, it's not fake. It's just made of cheese. Come on. The moon landing was fake, is I think what you're trying to say. And also, you know, the government's trying to kill us with the 5G towers. Is that what it is? And Alaska was Russian. Yes, but yes, but no, I'm from Vancouver, but there's like there's enough people in my chat from Montreal that I could probably book a whole restaurant. And I'm not sure how that happened, but it's just okay, so Canada just needs to populate the moon and make the moon Canada, and then we can be bigger than Russia. What I think is going to be interesting is when, like, as weirded out as I am about the space race, once we divide up Mars into countries, which is going to happen, mind you. Like, it's not going to be like the Republic of Mars. It's going to get divided up into different countries. Like, there's going to be the Russian portion of Mars. There's going to be the American portion of Mars. There's going to be, like, all of the different space companies are going to portion stuff up and sell the land, because that's going to happen. When that happens, the sizing of countries is going to change dramatically. I'm just saying. That's Canada's chance to be bigger than Russia. Just saying. You hope not. That's my actual fear, is that there's going to be another war. Can we get our own blind part of Mars? Blind part? Why do you want to be blind on Mars? You know, I'll be completely honest. If there was like a help fund the space race and buy like a foot of land on Mars, I'd be much more interested in buying a 1 meter square of land on Mars than a 1 meter square piece of land in Scotland, which YouTube ads keep trying to sell me. So it's like, what would you rather buy? Like a meter of land on Mars, or a meter of, like, you know, starts a countdown to the war for Mars? Come on, it's going to happen. Also, the war for Mars to independence is going to happen, as we've seen in the very accurate documentary series on Amazon Prime Video, The Expanse. So, because of that foretelling historical documentation of what is going to happen, naturally, we can expect the Mars independence wars to come shortly after the population of Mars. I would guess within 100 years. Also, yes, great show. Can't wait for new episodes. 10 days. Can't wait. Can't fucking wait. I might rewatch the most recent season, or at least the second half of the most recent season. Kind of catch up on what was happening. Jimmy Tibby's just like running in circles. How can we do this, Jimmy? How about we do it this way? This is my last attempt to save Jimmy. Sort of. Why is somebody getting a timeout? Pardon? Can't wait to hear the mental gymnastics to justify the ownership of land. What, on Mars? I mean, I'm still trying to figure out the mental gymnastics to justify the ownership of NFTs. So if people can decide that that's a legitimate thing, then why can't we why can't we like have ownership of land on Mars? The largest province in Canada is the Northwest Territories, Yukon. Or Nunavut, if that's what you want to call it. I mean, I fully understand and support cryptocurrency, and I'm perplexed by NFTs. So, but I don't know. Well, I mean, it's like literally one of my favorite things that was ever stated when it comes to space was um, that anything that you bring back from space is legally yours. Isn't NFT just all a crypto? Just all a crypto? No. NFTs are the short version of NFTs. NFTs are a specific image or line of code that is attached to a specific piece of a crypto blockchain. Allegedly unique. Aside from the fact that you could just copy the code, but so it would be like if crypto is just a whole bunch of $5 bills, right? An NFT is a $5 bill with a signature on it. It's still just a $5 bill, but you can value it more because it's got a signature on it. That's the hypothetical justification for it. Not exactly, no, but sort of. Which is why it's tricky. But also, if you actually care about NFTs, which I gather you don't, you can look it up yourself. I also believe that NFTs could be useful, but like any new technology, we need to figure out the use for it, and we haven't yet. So once we figure out the use for it, they could be very helpful or interesting technology. We just, like, haven't gotten there yet. Mm-hmm. You're number one at something. You're also number one at making it really hard for me to elect the NDP, so oh, shout-outs to that, I guess. I don't know. You guys also have, like, the nicest castle in Canada. And NFTs do have uses. Like there's arguments to be said that like you could use it as like online identification, right? Like it could be like a digital passport could be an NFT, and it could be trackable and usable. But the problem is, for every practical use case you have, there's 3 or 4 that make absolutely no sense. No. And right now we're using ones that make absolutely no sense. Like it's interesting technology. It's just the current, like, think of something that is useful right now that we use every day, right? And that, when it was initially conceived, was pointless and stupid. There's a lot of that stuff. Could just be a signed token. The QR codes are fakeable, though. That's the difference, right? Is a QR code, you can fake it. You can fake those signed tokens. You can't fake an NFT. That's the difference, right? One is traceable and 100% you. The other one is fakeable. That's like, yeah, we do have the QR codes for COVID vax, but also those are fakeable. They're not easy to fake, but you can do it. The internet? I'm thinking more like an example of like the first implementations of motor vehicles were stupid, right? Like they were less practical than horses, less efficient. They broke down. They were expensive, and nobody liked them. So I've put these 2 dwarves into the military because I'm hoping that letting them wrestle will help them. It's always like my last ditch effort. The other one that I want to try is Arch the Second, who is down here, who's a bard. Do you want to fight? Want to wander? Want to help? And I've put them in an area where if they tantrum, I can just lock the doors. You really don't want to fight. You do want to wander, and you're a bard for the temple, so theoretically you should go do that. Hey, Ire Stupid, what's up? Those things. That would make it worse to walk on than a simple dirt path. Yep. Yep, no, totally. So yeah, I don't know. I do believe that like it's new technology, which is why we should all pay attention to it and educate ourselves in it and understand it. Because it's new technology, which is why you should pay attention to it and keep up with it. As far as actually taking part in that technology, no, that's the real question. But I do think it is intelligent to understand what's going on in those circles. And I kind of fear for a lot of people because there's a lot of people that just spout out memes about NFTs and then very clearly have no idea what they're actually talking about, which is kind of scary to me. And seeing that always is a little bit concerning to me. Wards? What do you mean by wards? I mean, if you want to find out about a random fact about Canada, you should look up the tiny little portion of France that's in Canada. It's like 200 meters by 200 meters or something. Athros with the 6th month. Welcome back. Cheers, dude. For the first resub in an hour. Big thanks. I'm trying to help some depressed dwarves. It's sort of working. Absolutely not working. It's doing the opposite, in fact. All right, yeah, so neither of these dwarves actually want to do what they're doing. Two more outside of you. We had a resub from Frog for Hire, a resub from Root Root Woot, and now a resub from you. Those are all the notifications of money we've had today. But today is the first day of December, which is the first day of me streaming 24 days in a row. And then after that, we go back to normal schedule. And the first day of me trying to convince myself that I don't want to buy an Arturia Mini Brute 2S, but I actually really want to buy an Arturia Mini Brute 2S. An Arturia Mini Brute 2S. It's a synthesizer. Every now and again, I get it into my head that I really want to buy a synthesizer, and then I do, and then I play with it for 6 months, and I love it. Because I can't show the Amazon page without doxing myself. That's a picture of it. That's what it looks like. But, you know. I bought one at the beginning of the year, and I want to. How expensive is such a thing? Less expensive than the other one I have. You want to get into modular synths yourself? That makes more than one of us. Synthesizers are just a fun hobby. They're just an expensive fun hobby. This dwarf, Krakenzieg, you're doing well. Makes me happy that you have friends now. Your younger brother, Rory, hopefully will do as well when he grows up. How old is Rory? 11? Ooh, almost an adult. We'll probably hit an adult today. Because it's bloody useless? Bloody useless information is how you win Jeopardy, though. It's expensive. Tele. I mean, you could look it up if you want. But, I mean, it's one of, like, 5 synthesizers I've been staring at for, like, 6 months, and I got an email about a price drop on it. Like 2 days ago, and I've just been staring at it since. And I own a couple of guitar pedals and a Moog synthesizer, which would be compatible with it. So I kind of have like no reason to not. It's just a matter of if or when for that. And sound effects and more. It's just, you know, like I don't know. I like music. Would it be cheaper to use software? Oh, absolutely. But like, I sit at my computer for a living, right? I stream video games at my computer for a living. When I'm not working, the literal second I'm done working, I get up from my computer, and go away from the computer. So like, I could totally, yeah, buy software to fuck around and make music, but that's just more work. It's the difference between work and a hobby, right? Like if I'm gonna do anything on my computer, I'm gonna play Halo if I'm not working. But I spend hours of my life already in editing software. What'd you miss? Trying in-depth discussion about religion and trying to keep a couple of dwarves happy who've gotten annoyingly sad. Like I said, it's the difference between work and a hobby. Like, absolutely things are cheaper if you use software, but that's why it's like a humming and hawing and only buying 1 or 2 a year. It's just like, absolutely, it's cheaper for me to just listen to music on Spotify. I still buy records, though. It's way cheaper for me to just listen to music on Spotify. Way cheaper. Not going to stop me from buying CDs, tapes, and records, though. So. Although I actually got rid of a couple of records recently. I gave them, or sold them back to the record store. Not sold them back, but traded them back to the record store. Other thing. Only madness lies there? Well, I mean, yeah, that's politics. So, madness. But yeah, I'm sitting on 30 dwarves, which means I can't really afford to start losing dwarves again. And we went back to doing projects for a little bit, and we almost immediately lost. Ambivalent about becoming a parent. Damn, Doran. Damn. Ambivalent. Anyway, yeah, so it's just kind of us letting the, dwarves relax for this winter, and then once we hit spring again, going back to work a bit more. Also, another thing, Bruno QC, about synthesizers, is if you buy physical synthesizers, assuming you don't destroy them, like assuming you're not like denting them, they hold their value almost exactly, and in some cases they go up in value. So they're one of those things where if you buy a synthesizer for $1,000, 5 years later you can sell it for $1,000. But if you spend $1,000 on software, which isn't like a ridiculous ask, especially when you're talking about music production. If you spend $1,000 on software, you ain't selling that back. So, like, I could very easily sell off my 3 guitar pedals and 2 synthesizers for what I paid for them. Actually, one of the guitar pedals I could probably sell for more because it's not that easy to find. But generally with that stuff, it's like you can sell it back. Like it retains its value. So it's kind of like buying camera lenses, Like, yeah, you could just use your phone, but camera lenses are more of a hobby than anything. You're closing these Wikipedia tabs and changing the subject. You thought earlier today that ever consider the weirdness of the possession strange moods? What, in Dwarf Fortress? Isn't it like air quotes like their ancestors possessing them to create a thing? What's weird about it? It's far from the weirdest thing in Dwarf Fortress. The weirdest thing is being attacked by a forgotten beast who's a giant toad named Toady One. That's the weirdest thing. Unknown forces? Well, unknown forces, but could be many things. I mean, in a world where the Myths and Magic update will probably have something to say about that. But we get to wait another 5 years for that. Although hearing what Tarn had to say about the big wait in the last interview, I thought was interesting. The fact that he's like, you know what? Like, the Steam version might actually count for that title, and it might not take us that long to get the Myths and Magic update out, which I think is kind of whack. Hearing him state that potentially this might not actually be the longest wait, or this might actually be the longest wait. They're yeah. But yeah, that's not the weirdest thing. I think the weirdest thing to me is when you figure out what the dwarves refer to the player as. It's like when you dig into Legends and you crush somebody or you crush an item, and then it says that the order was given by this person, and it's like, oh, I don't have a dwarf named that. That's when things get weird for me. Bumblebed is depressed. What are you depressed about? Decent meals, exasperated when caught in a snowstorm, unable to practice a craft. Grouchy. What craft do you want? What crafts do you practice? Plenty. Oh, not plenty. All right, let's take you guys off this. Let's make a bunch of doors and a bunch of tables, or and a bunch of crafts, and then. This is a lot of stuff. Actually, let's make silk crafts. Don't have as much silk though. Let's just do all that. Because that seems to be what we really need right now. It's just crafts. Because dwarves want to practice a craft, so let's try this. Or crafts in plural. Massive is managing work orders. Work orders managed. And it begins. Everything is all piling up at once. Yeah, I understand, Dwarf. You'll be okay. Just hang in there. Alright. Let's check in on the depressed dwarves, like Peter, who's currently trying to attend a meeting and failing. Tarn talked about this, I want to say, the last interview or the one before. That is the plan, but currently they have no culture generation. But that's something that'll come in the map update. Yeah, no, I agree, Kellios. I think that there's a lot of really interesting faction dynamics that are kind of lost in the fact that we don't have as detailed stuff variety in Dwarf Fortress as we could. Yeah, not the most recent one, but the one before. There's a big comment section about animal people. Bumblebed, we need to put you back in the military. Or rather, we need to get the military training a bit more. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. My brain does not want to work today. I slept well last night, but like, just having a hard time like maintaining focus on a subject today. Some days I'm better at it than others. Today I'm not so good at it. Apparently. I'm also like kind of sad that there probably will be no DF news tomorrow. I will DM Alexandra and double check. Focus, Hellboy, focus. I'm sorry, Peeler. Trying. Although I do appreciate you comparing me with Hellboy. Jimmy Tibby is researching, allegedly. And by researching, I mean running back and forth, distressed, oblivious to reality. I mean, this checks out. Definitely research, right? Definitely. Definitely researching. It's the Redskin that does it all. I know very little about Hellboy. Hellboy is one of the, like, comic book characters that I know almost nothing about. Almost nothing. Ugh. There we go. You've only watched the movies? Yeah. I read one anthology book, like, over a decade ago. How was Bumble doing? Exasperated when caught in the rain. Love when talking with mother. Well, that's good. Wait, you've killed stuff? What have you killed? Oh, a great horned owl. Okay, right. I was like, what? Like, the hell have you killed? Then there's Arch over here who's got 2 confirmed kills on dwarves. You know, just 2 very long prison sentences. It's pretty good. Be like, do you have any plans for the holidays? Send your son to his grandmother's and relax for a couple of days. Just like lease the children out to entertain other people for a bit while you get to chill and relax. That sounds good. Yeah. Well, I mean, you guys know what I'm doing. We're streaming 24 days in a row. Also, how much gold do I have? I'll make some gold jewelry. 39, not that much. Silver, let's make some silver jewelry. Make 200. You know, actually, let's just make 600 silver crafts. Let's make a ton of silver crafts. It'll be fine. No more Monday or Friday breaks until the 24th. And then I'm going to take the 25th, 26th, 27th, question mark, off. That is what I'm doing. Maybe the 28th as well. Depends. Depends on how many times I end up going snowshoeing. But there will be short streams and when I need short days, and yeah, we're streaming straight through till the end of the month. Although I'm going to take a 2-second break. I just got to use the restroom real quick. I'm back. And it looks like we're saving for spring. Well, that's good. Let's hope nothing too problematic happens. Considering we are cranking up the production, because socializing isn't helping enough. Unfortunately. Yeah, so no Monday or Friday breaks until the 24th. Which means on the 20th we will be hitting 2,000 streams, and I don't even know how to feel about that. Like that's something that I don't know how to, I can't wrap my brain around that number. Logie, Loge? Is it Loge or Logie? I don't know. The human has arrived, carrying the tributes from Basti to Smack. The first of spring. And I see a piece of clay. Oh, we shall let the dwarves work on the other things. How are you doing here, Bumblebed? Content after having a pretty decent drink. I want to pray. You're satisfied at work. Well, good and bad. Different good, same bad. Well, you were lonely after being away from friends for too long. So, crafts. Now we just need to wait for the silver crafts to get done. Hey, Chad, if you're listening to the stream, can we get a round of beers? We're a little quiet right now. Definitely a Wednesday. What was the last thing I typed in? We need drinks number 2. Go. How now, brown cow? Bugs, bunny, fish, ducks. Be happy with the fisher dwarves. Sneak. There you go. You're playing with your reader? How do you like it so far? Well, I mean, it's just kind of a quiet turnout for the start of the stream too. Like, you know, we got 49 people here 3 hours into the stream, which is about 40 below where I like it to be. Generally, I like it. For me, what I define in my brain as a not slow day view count wise is if we get 1 viewer per minute for the first 60 minutes and then stay at around 60 to 70. That's like a good turnout. Anything beneath that is like a bit, it's a slow day, anything beneath that. That's kind of how I track stats in my brain in regards to that. I mean, I know, Mark, not asking you to tell me where I'm at. I know, but just saying, been kind of a slow day. We only just got here and we haven't made 60 yet, and we are 3 hours in. So I wanted to be at that point at 10 a.m., not noon. But, you know. Technology is insane. How so? See, my definition of technology being insane is, no, Dave, I cannot let you do that. That's technology being insane. Are you saying that the technology is good? It's like saying the difference between I am enjoying a video game and I am hopelessly addicted to a video game and cannot take care of myself because I'm hopelessly addicted to this video game. Words, they have different meanings. It's good? Well, that's good. I just unsubscribed from a mailing list that is irrelevant to me because I don't use the service anyway. I really wish that there was business models on Twitch that don't just involve trying to convince people to buy games that they probably don't want to buy. I see textbooks. Cutest. Yeah, I saw them. They look like textbooks to me. Those are scary looking. I've always found e-readers really difficult to use, and I've used a couple of them over the years that other people that I've known have owned. I've always found them very, very difficult to actually read. I know that it's like, oh, it's like paper technology. It's like, not really. My experience of that's always just been like, yeah, it's like almost as hard to use. It's almost harder to use than a book. Almost as hard as a normal screen. Colors are kind of hard to read without backlight. Does backlight eat battery, or does it just not have a backlight? But that's probably the easiest tribute report we've had in a while, Stone. Is that an unintended pun? Because it was an unintended pun. Does it battery? It does it battery. It does it battery. Well, it's battery than you then. Maybe it's a baker because it's all battery. Just telling. So it eats your battery if you turn the backlight on. I get you. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, fuck. We gotta bring tribute. Someone shovel some clay. Yeah, well, they don't have clay there, right? And definitely don't have a bunch of fire clay everywhere. Speaking of clay, what can I make out of clay again? Let's just make a bunch of clay jugs until I run out of clay. I always forget that I have clay, and then I realize, oh, that's what that red stuff is. Yeah, sandy clay specifically. Not even like the good stuff. They didn't even bring fire clay. It's sandy clay. It's like, come on. Imagine being the human who got told, okay, take a lump of sandy clay to the dwarves as tribute. Imagine being the dwarves that accepted it without complaining. You know? Like, that's the... Who's actually laughing here? The humans that had to bring us clay as tribute, or the dwarves that accepted it as tribute? I think it's actually on us for accepting it, not on the dwarves for... Or not on the humans for bringing it as tribute. It's fine that they brought just that as tribute. What's hilarious is that the dwarves accept it without complaining. That's what's hilarious to me. Like, genuinely, that's what's hilarious. Speaking of tributes, the elves are here to trade and stuff. So we will quickly just bring some prepared meals and pots down. Bring our trader over. Alright. Dwarves are getting all sorts of stuff done. And here comes the elves. They'll take a second to unload. Once they're done unloading, we can check in with them directly. Alright. You know what you want now? A proper elf city, mostly built out of stone. And they're growing trees. Bricks aren't plants, so no problem, right? Yeah, but they don't build stuff out of stone. Like, that's the thing, right? But, I mean, so someone linked this on the Discord the other day, which I need to check out because I'm kind of curious about it. They posted it in this self-promote section. Yeah. Zero JR, who I don't actually know, but posted this, which is a Dwarf Fortress Christmas, which is just on the DF database. But it adds 2 playable races, Polar Elves and Frost Goblins. So Santa's elves and goblins. I kind of want to try these because these seem kind of like funsies for the holiday, I suppose. Might be a little bit of entertainment. Speaking of a little bit of entertainment, how's Animal doing? What's up, dude?
Hello.
Hello. How's things, man? How's the things? Hope the things is good. Things good? Good to hear, man. All right. I wonder if this is just the world that we're gonna live in, where we're just gonna have some extremely depressed dwarves that never tantrum. Work was good. Good to hear, man. Good to hear. Good afternoon, Disco. Hey, hi. It's actually afternoon now. 12 minutes into afternoon for me. It was noon 12 minutes ago, and now we are 12 minutes into afternoon. But good afternoon. We're just chilling with some Longdeath today. I'm not sure what we'll do in the evenings. I got a few options. Depends on how active chat is and how people are feeling. But yeah, we're just chilling. Today is the first day of 24 days in a row. I'm streaming every single, well, technically 25, but I'm streaming the first 24 days of December nonstop without a break. I mean, obviously I'm gonna sleep and turn my stream off. It's not a uncapped subathon or anything ridiculous, but I will be streaming nonstop every day until December 24th. But it is 348 early spring, meaning the chat is 343 years old. Or the chat, the fort is 343 years old. Chat, you're 343 years old. How does that make you feel? Crypto old. But yeah, we are year 343 of the fort. I'm confused. What? That's the first time Wuggy McWuggy spoke today. Did you just, like, accidentally call out somebody who was lurking, Animal? Is that what just happened? Also, never, because that's a banned term, Wuggy. Blocked in this channel for a reason. It's because I ban people who ask me to do that. So, you know. There's that. Interesting. You see banned terms in chat logs. But, I mean, if you think that asking people to sit naked in a pool or lesser clothed in a pool of hot water on carpet is appropriate way to say hello, Wuggy, then I guess you can laugh at that. I definitely appreciate the indirect harassment. Cheers. All right. I'm working on, I have more silk in this fort than I thought I did. Way more silk than I thought I did. Working on those iron breastplates. Looks like they are just starting to doing the silver crafts, which are good. Why not steel? I have no flux. And I never bothered importing it. Also, because we're not in the military, so it doesn't really matter. Let's try doing this again. Yeah, long story short, I don't have an easy way of making steel, so I just kind of didn't bother. Just kind of don't care, really. I have, like, a ludicrously large amount of materials. No. Just make a ton of iron breastplates, melt most of them down, and make them again. That's the main reason. It's just lack of interest. I care more about, like, getting materials out of my fort than I actually care about, like, making better materials. Besides, my military is fully decked out in steel anyway. I got plenty of steel weapons. I make steel when I feel like it, and then I import a bunch of the stuff to make steel, and then we're good after that. Oh, another thing that I should do is ash... soap from tallow and lye. That's another thing that we gotta do. I was making bronze earlier because I do have stuff to make bronze, but which is technically better than iron. So I guess, like, if we were to commit to military in this fort, which I'm not going to, I'd probably go more bronze than iron. Or I just dig down and go for adamantine, but we're not at war with anybody, so it really doesn't matter. They make armor out for entertainment purposes more than anything. If we were actually at war with people, then it would matter, but... Yeah, basically. Making armor to become better at making armor. It doesn't necessarily need to be better armor. Dwarf, for entertainment, visitor starts sweating nervously. What kind of entertainment? Yeah, well, the kind of entertainment that you all need. Clearly. Or at least the dwarves need. Also, I can, that. Dwarves don't make bread. They can, however, make minced dwarven flour. I think. But yes, you could make a fortress that sustains entirely off of sold baked goods and foods. Are you gonna apologize for your earlier statement, though? All right. Let's see. Did they? Apology accepted. Do yourself a favor and don't go into random channels and ask when they're gonna do a hot tub stream. Because think about if you'd like to have that happen at your workplace unironically a couple times a day for months on end. It's just not appreciated. Never will be. All right. Waiting for Mayor to finish eating, and then you can have your meeting with the mayor. Go back to what you were doing. But yeah, dwarven meals are some of the most valuable things that dwarves make. They have never quite figured out how to make bread because the great dwarven overlord Tarn Adams has not taught them how to make bread. However, they can make a variety of minced goods. Bread-like minced goods included. If it makes milk, they can make cheese out of it. Multiple kinds of cheese, potentially. I don't think about it too hard, so you can classify things the way you want to, Elias. It's like, would dwarven flour roast be considered bread? Maybe? Diamond, what up? Good to see you. How's your Wednesday? I hope well. Tomorrow at home work? Oh, that's good. So you can sleep in? That's good. That you don't have to go anywhere to do work. Shoutouts to sleeping in. It depends on the measurement tape that's used, how detailed it goes, how fine the measurement is. Most of that time looking at the stream? Well, I mean, that would be your decision, Diamond. That would indeed be your decision, your prerogative. If you would like to spend that time looking at the stream, then you can spend that time looking at that stream. Or you could spend the time outside going for a walk. Or you could spend the time in the shower, staring into the void of nothingness that is the wall next to you. You could also spend that time baking, or doing jumping jacks, or lying on the floor, or actually sleeping in. I mean, sometimes I just stand into the void of nothingness that is the wall in my shower and just contemplate life. And then I post on /our shower thoughts after, like, and sound like the biggest stoner who isn't actually high at that moment. I was like, hey man, you ever think about how, like, you need to wash your feet in the shower and, like, water running over it doesn't really affect much? You stare at nothing. It's actually really nice. Being in the shower is one of the few times as people these days that we actually get to disconnect. Because most phones, are not waterproof. You can't really bring a not waterproof phone into the shower. So you generally can't be, like, on Facebook or, like, on social media. You generally can't be doing that. So for some people, it is literally the only time that they can truly disconnect. It's the only, like, I specifically didn't get a waterproof phone because I kept bringing my phone into the shower. So I now have to leave it outside of the shower. So it's, like, one of the only times I'm truly not working. Genuinely one of the only true times I don't work. What if someone says hello while you walk? You say hi back? Isn't that usually what you do? Good evening. Good day. Hey-o. Keep walking. Or just, like, do what I do, which is turn up your music and walk faster. You didn't speak to me, did you? How dare you speak to me? Gonna pretend that you didn't hear me. Down, chip. Made a new friend. I mean, you do kind of have a bajillion friends. Can you, like, go get married already? That would actually be useful. I mean, my last two phones were both completely 100% waterproof. Like, I could, like, drop them in my bathtub and they'd be fine. Joe, thanks for the 5th month. Welcome back. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. Well, not 24/7, but we are streaming 24 days in a row. Although if I were to only stream 1 hour a day for 24 days, that'd be easy peasy. Could do that, no problem. No questions asked on that. Oh, Arch is throwing a tantrum. All the way down here. All the way down here. Kinda hope that you're gonna go topple something or commit a minor crime. Just so that I can imprison you again. Oh, there you go. That's a mild crime. Question is, did anybody just report that? Seeing anybody? Now you're starting a fist fight. Brilliant. Now you may have just started a fist fight, but I can't tell. Allegedly still starting a fist fight, but also not tantruming anymore, so. Yep, that was a fist fight. You went and beat the crap out of the mayor. Man. The scholar attacks the mayor, but she rolls away. Attacks the mayor, but she scrambles away. Attacks the mayor, punches the mayor in the left hand with his left hand, bruising the muscle through the pigtail mitten. And punch the mayor. You know what? Sometimes I agree. Sometimes I just want to go punch a politician, but, like, sorry, Dwarf, you can't do that, man. You can't do that. Which means, hopefully, Mayor goes and reports a crime in a couple of minutes. Left hand is bruised, and her lower body is bruised, and her spine is mangled beyond recognition. Oh. Her spine is mangled beyond recognition. Well, that's not good. Currently unconscious. Crutches, probably. I was like, oh, it's just a bruised hand. Your spine is mangled. Ooh. I agree, Jack Nurk. How's things, Jack Nurk? Although now she's on the surgery table. Well, gratitude after being rescued. I got to rescue you. Ghosted. Like? Ghosted Knowles. Keep an eye on the mayor and see how the mayor does. Oh, there you go. Now you're going to go report a crime. Are you, You are not carrying any crutches. Make some gold crutches. Abolish all laws? What? I think you mean legalize all drugs, animal. I think you're slightly confused here. Gremlin won't report any crimes because there won't be any crimes because intense stare. I mean, possibly. Omnia meant you didn't sleep at all last night? I don't know. Finally got your paycheck after some paperwork shenanigans, so that's good. Was the insomnia related to your inability to sleep, or? A lot of cute pooches you got there, I are stupid. Yeah, sorry. Apologies. Big yawn. But I'm glad that the shenanigans are finished. I hope that you're able to get some sleep tonight. The benefit about having insomnia one night usually means that you sleep really well the next day, but not always the case. I was up kind of late last night, but not too late. I kind of fell down a couple YouTube rabbit holes. Phone died. Rip. Welcome back. True story, I actually cannot remember the last time that I ran my phone down to 0 battery. So you hope you can pass out midway through that. So you hope you don't pass out midway through that. Well, that's what coffee's for. Drink coffee until that's done. A little bit hungry, Aura, but it's not quite lunchtime yet. Doing all right, aside from that. Lost a patron. Bad days. But I'm all right. All right, just trying to manage some dwarves. Fortunately, we did get some witnesses to those crimes. Once this dwarf drops this off, this clay pot. Now gonna go chain up Arch. How long is Arch going to prison for? Last time prison helped Arch a whole lot, so it's 29 days. Well, that's not too bad. Did mangle my mayor's spine beyond recognition, though. You ever feel like you're being watched, Diamond? Because that's how that would feel. But how's Aura? On this fine Wednesday. 1st of December. I can't believe that 2021's almost over. Like 2020 took a billion years and 2021 was just like, boom, gone. Such a fast year. There we go. What does that sound? Don't look now. What's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Also, I discovered a radio show not last night. I've been aware of it, but I actually like tried listening to it for the first time in a while, or maybe the first time ever potentially. Really hope that dwarf gets some crutches. For the first time ever, and it's called Late Night on the CBC, and it's a radio broadcast of like random independent Canadian music, which is like just kind of the shit that I listen to. Outside of the metal, of course. What? Why is Peter getting chained? Hold on a second. What? What did Peter do? Allegedly offended my mayor. Oh, I guess like we forgot to make... Okay, well hopefully that helps you too. All right, well let's chain up Peter then. Anonymous with the ghosty bits. Thanks for the ghosty bits, Anonymous. Liking the new emotes, Diamond. I think that my favorite of the new emotes is probably the dwarf in the minecart. Zoom. There's just something about that look on his face that's just like, I gotta go fast. I'm in a hurry. I get somewhere I need to be. This is either gonna kill Peter or it's gonna make his life significantly better. Guilty after being confined. Fuck, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna suck. How about you? Repentant. And you're really happy about being in prison. Well, Arch loves being in prison. Peter doesn't seem to. So that's not good. Fire Stupid, thanks for chucking out a sub into the ether and it landing on Wuggy McWuggy. Cheers, man. First gift of the day. First gift of the day. That's what I was trying to words. Thank you very much for the first gift of the day. Cheers, dude. Thanks for gifting 30 subs in the channel. Getting into the gifting spirit, I gather. Ugh. God damn. Apologies for the random yawns. I should, like, mute myself whenever I have to yawn. Did get one mason out of this. Well, it looks like they've made one lie, so that's good. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. Thanks for the $1.01, Anonymous. And a cloak. And trousers. And a mitten. And glove. And thanks, I are stupid. I'm assuming that was all you, but thanks for the bits and the gifted subs. Cheers, man. If you do want to hype train it though, we do need a third person to take part, or you need to gift the sub anonymously. But if anybody has a resub that needs to be popped, now's a good time. Hood, sock, and shoe. Only hype zone? Well, I don't know. I think I can actually select which emote goes past during the train, so I should definitely change it to Crypt Zoom. Hype minecart? Hype cart, sure. I don't know. This channel is kind of anti-hype. Even when things get hype, it's still kind of anti-hype. I don't know. I'm just not that much of a uppity beatity person. Anonymous, thanks for gifting us up to Kelly's. Thank you, Irish Stupid, for I think making a pipe train mostly by yourself. Cheers, man. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for Irish Stupid? And Callias, enjoy the ad-free viewing. Craft beer? It's crypt, not craft. Close, though. I appreciate the thought. Unless it's animal. It's like one of the two of you. Animal, you forgot some numbers. I think you forgot like the 1000000 at the end of that? Yeah. Kappa. Thanks for the $1, Irish Stupid. Cheers, man. Happy December to you. Cheers, man. And Kodiak. Thank you much for gifting out a sub. And it landing on Spooky, who's been like very dedicatedly watching through all of the VODs. So, cheers. Spooky is definitely making progress slowly. We're watching all of Longdeath. And there you go. Level 1 done. Thanks for the 98 cents. Irish Stupid. Cheers, man. Or $1.98. Yeah, because I think I can set the emote that's at the top there when it flies by. I should really just change that from Crypt King to Crypt Zoom. Because that would be much better. What do you want for decent meals? You want barley flour. Huh. All right. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Did cancel it, though. Perfect. You know, the flat minecart almost looks like a train. Just saying. I know for a fact there's barley up there, so we can go gather some barley flour. PogChamp. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely change emotes around, so I should probably change some emotes. Probably do that. But, you know, I only just thought of it right now, so we'll have to do that on a after stream. Trying to do the Harry Potter bus moment. It's gotten. It kind of does look like that. It kind of does look like that. Kind of does, but it's still neat. I don't know. Also, you literally just reminded me of that moment from Harry Potter, so thank you, I guess. Also, it's summer, all above the Dwarf train. I mean, maybe we need more. Maybe we need another minecart emote. Because, like, I've got Cooler working on either a zombie emote or a necromancer emote. Because I do have one more emote space. But maybe we just need more minecarts. I don't know. Maybe we could actually have a dwarf train. You know what I'm kind of surprised by? I'm kind of surprised you guys haven't named the dwarves that we have yet. I'm kind of surprised that hasn't happened. Because, like, we have this breadth of Dwarf Fortress lore. And all these, like, canon names. You guys could name them. And I wouldn't stop you. They're all Urist. This is true. They're all Urist. Is their names. Urist. Ironically, not that common of a name. Yeah, there isn't a single Urist in my fort right now. I have a Eusteth, a Rigith, an Eral, a Kikrust, a Saigan, a Eustath, Maffal, Yushrir, Dorin, Imush, Moses, and Moral. No Urist. Urist McProfession. I guess then I'm Gregory McStreamer. Yep. It's no more common than anything. That is you, Happy Baba. That's what you name that dwarf, is Happy Baba. Happy Baba went to town riding on a pony. That dwarf is doing better. And Peter's just done. That's your favorite one? You like Crypt Comfy? It's a dwarf just being cozy. I mean, it's just a dwarf in the tavern waiting for ale to be dumped on his head because they don't know how to, like, properly hand ale glasses to each other. Cutest, thanks for gifting out a sub to Ultimate. Cheers. Thank you very much, Cutest. Ultimate deserves a sub, though. Enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Ultimate courtesy of our friend Cutest. 30 seconds left to get in on that hype train. Get some emotes. Optional, though. Not mandatory. This is Ghost? I mean, that is old Dwarf. Maybe Ghost. I'm not going to say one way or another whether or not that is in fact a ghost. Is it Ghost or is it just Grandpa? Who knows? Mayor Stupid, thanks for making the hype train. Cheers, man. I've unlocked all of the level 1 emotes, sad. 4 subs and $5 in bits. Cheers, guys. Cheers, lads. You know, it's something that I've had to do some soul searching for recently, and I haven't gone back and looked at the posts to see who drew it. But I wonder, I really wonder who drew Debug Guy. I really should just go back through the Steam announcements. It's like, Meph is no longer on the team for tracing art. So who drew Debug Guy, and is Debug Guy actually original art? It's something that I've been very worried about recently. Kind of haven't talked about much. So, you know. It's just worrisome. That is Trick. This is true. That is indeed Trick. Also, I just want to share this game because I think that its art style is whack. And also it's a turn-based dungeon crawler. Kind of a wild look to it. Cooler actually originally pointed me towards it. Although, looking at Steam reviews, there's a few concerning comments. Anyway. The royal treasure has arrived alongside of the humans. That's the first time something like that happens, but the screenshot of the game caused your motion sickness to trigger? Yeah, that a little bit. That a little bit. Actually, Cruelty Squad kind of caused that for me, but supposedly it has good options that, like, remove all the screen shake and shit, so. Oh, actually, what's the name of that other game? The one first-person, like, real-time dungeon crawler people were playing for a little bit that was made by one person that was like, this game's amazing! I can't remember the name of it. Let me just find it. Why are you so hyped up? if I can ask. Give me a minute. I'll find it. uh. Also, allegedly, Starcrawler's Chimera came out? I didn't even know. Now I can't find it. But there was another game that, like, just screenshots of it made me motion sick. And now I'm, like, wishing I could find it, because I brought it up. Yeah, well. Some really weird games in the Dungeon Crawler directory on Steam. Some really weird shit. A lot of porny anime games. All right, let's get to trading. Can see. Can't wait. What? What are you talking about? Dwarves tripping? I'm confused. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. I am a human and here to trade. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the cheese, please. Speaking of, when the hell is Gloom something? Not Gloomhaven. Gloomwood. When is that releasing? Does that have a release date yet? It still doesn't have a release date yet. Come on. I want that game to come out so bad. That's like the only game where I'm just like annoyed about how long it's taking. So I feel like that game was announced forever ago. That's probably actually how people feel about Dwarf Fortress. Who can't play Dwarf Fortress? Who were just like, I want to play Dwarf Fortress. The game, it was announced forever ago and it's not out yet. That's how I feel about Gloomwood. Like, I feel like that game was announced forever ago and it's not out yet and I'm mad. Sad days. Like, just release your damn video game. Plus. I wonder what you're bringing to the depot. Some clothing that's on the ground? Yep, seems like it. The mayor's been reelected. Arch feels vengeful when joining an existing conflict. Damn, dude. What you, Jimmy? Doing all right? Feel okay about improving masonry at the very least? All right, looks like the humans are killing buzzards. Also, I only just figured out what you meant by this is stupid hyped up. But I don't know. I wouldn't name them after dwarves. Re-elected for another beating? This mayor's pretty okay. Not the worst mayor we've had. Not the best, but not the worst. Question is, are you walking? Or are you still unable to walk? How am I? Pretty terrible, actually. You've, like, stopped functioning. You were just fine, and then in a matter of, like, 2 weeks, just completely degraded down to, like, null mood, and I can't really figure out why. Any mandates? Not currently. Well, none that are relevant. It's just don't export cabinets. And they wanted a green glass cabinet in their bedroom, so I gave them a green glass cabinet. We're not allowed to export cabinets. But yeah, pretty terrible, Jimmy. I've had a few dwarves just kind of randomly just snap and go. It kind of sucks. Unconscious due to sleeping. This is normal. When will you wake up? No longer unconscious, supposedly. I guess you're waking up. Lower spine is fractured. Oh my god. That's kind of brutal. Can you imagine having a fractured spine? Yeah, it's just your lower spine that's just destroyed. It's something that, like, hurts just to think about. It's having your lower spine fractured. Eesh. It's just like reading the description of a baby going splat off the walls is also enough to just, like, make you be in pain without even having to actually, like, think too hard about it. Think, you mean, Diamond, not thing. Thing too hard is a very different meaning. Think too hard, acceptable. You know what's a crazy number to think about, chat? It's people watching 1,000 hours of a 4-minute video. Collectively, people have watched 1,000 hours of one of my 4-minute videos. It's a lot of hours. Whole lot of hours. I mean, collectively, on average, most of my videos get like 50 to 100 hours worth of views. But most of my videos are like 6 hours long, so that like makes a lot of sense. That's not too hard to achieve, right? But like the interview that I did with Tarn Adams that has 13,000 views right now has 3,700 hours worth of views. 3,700. That's a lot. It's longer than the Earth's age. Yep. I mean, hold on. I wonder how many hours of video are uploaded to YouTube every minute. Yeah, I want to know what the current stat is at. 500 hours worth of video are uploaded to YouTube every minute. Which is 30,000 hours of newly uploaded footage per hour. So, I mean... I mean, when you take into account that I get about 500,000 to 1,000,000 minutes of watch time on my Twitch channel per month. That gets put into perspective pretty quick. Because it's like what's a minute divided by an hour? That's how many hours? It's 16,000 hours watch time per month, approximately. Yeah, I get about like 10 to 15,000 hours of watch minutes or of watch time per month. Depending on the month. Yeah, sure. How's that relevant to anything, Animal? $1,000 hours per one video is crazy. Here, I'll show you some stats. Most viewed. The February chat I did with Tarn Adams, which is actually the most viewed one I've ever had, which got 60,000 views, has 11,000 hours of watch time on one video. This video. This is the most viewed Tarn talk I've done. 11,000 hours of watch time. In the first day, it got 5,000 views. And it's been up for 292 days. So, that's some stats. My most viewed video ever, which is the 8-minute long 2020 DF recap, has 4,200 hours, and that's an 8-minute video, which has 72,000 views. It's not the most viewed video with my voice in it, but most viewed video on my YouTube channel. With a 4-minute video. I mean, the video that qualified me for partner, was... Or rather, the video that I got partnered during, not the video that qualified me for it. The video that qualified me for it was a while ago. Like, I qualified for partner just kind of independently, but this was the video that I actually got it during. Which is why the ad revenue for it is so low, because it had like 30, 40,000 views while this video was getting viewed. Oh, I didn't actually get even remotely close to all of the ad revenue off of that video. Yeah, enjoy the ad-free viewing for your next 30 days, Ultimate. It was a little hype train earlier. Cute little hype train. Looks like dwarves are just kind of getting back to what they were doing, which is fine. They're planting seed stone. They're making silver crafts. Let's just get the main squad training and let them train up here. Which just means that hopefully... Oof. Which just means that hopefully we'll be able to recover some of these dwarves a little bit, like Bumblebed. Who's a spear dwarf. Currently a sleeping spear dwarf. Or going to sleep spear dwarf because he's dizzy due to exhaustion. And from being out in the sunshine, most likely. Actually, that's probably the cause of the exhaustion. Do it. Got attacked by a buzzard and says, I feel no terror. Buzzard in here? Don't see him. Oh, there's a dead buzzard. Probably related. Waiting to click on a button on Patreon. But it's not ready yet. So I keep refreshing the page. Yeah, I'll do that after. It doesn't really close that page. Oh no! A buzzard has stolen a cow tallow roast! Whatever shall we do without our cow tallow roast? How distressing. That is an odd place for you to be walking there, Dwarf. Wrote one of the oddest character descriptions you've ever done? Why? Because if Gary was a boss fight, he'd be the second to last, and YouTube video of his theme would have a lot of views, like that kind of thing. Yes, that makes sense to me. He'd be the second to last boss fight, and he would have good theme music. Chad, if you were a boss fight, what would your theme music be? Which is almost identical to a question I like to ask people sometimes of, if you were in a wrestling pay-per-view, what would your entrance music be? Ludwig Holy Blade from Bloodborne. I don't know any of the Bloodborne music off by heart, but I've listened to that whole soundtrack. It's a good soundtrack. Don't know the particular song titles. It would just be very high energy electronic music. So just like the entire Yakuza Like a Dragon soundtrack. It would just be the whole soundtrack for Yakuza Like a Dragon. That's all it would be. Just the entire soundtrack for Yakuza Like a Dragon. that's all that disco gets. Maybe Thomas the Tank Engine. Probably for me, Ready to Die by Andrew WK. This is your time to pay. This is your judgment day. And now it's time to take your life. We shoot without a gun. Don't know all the lyrics off by heart. That or like Keep Rollin' by Limp Bizkit. Because you know I pack a chainsaw and I'll skin your ass raw, and if my day keeps going this... Actually, no, that's Break Something. Yeah, probably Break Something then. Yeah. If my day keeps going this way, I just might break your fucking face tonight. Limp Bizkit's the best. I love Limp Bizkit. Limp Bizkit is the right level of absolute stupid. Speaking of the right level of absolute stupid, they released a new album called Still Sucks, and it still sucks, and it's pretty good. There's even a line in there where he disses the Twitch streamers that didn't raid him, which I think is hilarious. So, you know. There was definitely memes when they were playing. Memes have been around for like 2 decades at this point. Ay, ay, ay. Now you've got me questioning, when did they put out their first album? Limp Bizkit was, I mean, Limp Bizkit is a cultural touchstone for me, okay? When did they put out their first album? Okay, so 97, 98 was $3 bill, which was their first place. I thought that was 2000. But no, Significant Other was 2000. And then Chocolate Starfish and Hot Dog Flavored Water, which was 2000 to 2001. I mean, I listened to them in the early 2000s. With the era of Chocolate Starfish and Hot Dog Flavored Water. But, you know. Like, I acknowledge that they are trash, and I don't care if they're relevant. I just like their trashy music. Because I think it's healthy to listen to some trashy music, you know? It is indeed healthy to listen to some trashy music. It is good to listen to trash sometimes. Like comfort food. It's like macaroni and cheese. It's bad for you. Doesn't stop it from tasting good. I think for me that would probably be either Alex Cooper or Marilyn Manson. When it comes to like profane music, probably either Alice Cooper or Marilyn Manson. Unless you want to like... Yeah, probably Alice Cooper or Marilyn. Or definitely my first exposures to profane music. Actually, might have just been like Snoop Dogg or 50 Cent. It might have actually just been like Public Enemy, now that I actually think about it. I'm not sure what I heard first. Because I might have heard like, you know, Public Enemy or like a lot of those, or like Cypress Hill or a lot of those rap groups. I can't remember what year I heard what first, but yeah, Limp Bizkit released an album this year. It's called Still Sucks, and it still sucks, and it's great, and I love it. It's literally like Fuck the Haters the album, and I love it. It's like, yo, you thought we were bad back then? Well, here's another album that's exactly like that. It's kind of great. I like the fact that they've just like completely... My favorite part about Fred Durst is just his ability to commit, and the fact that he just continues committing, and people get mad at him for his dedication to his craft, and then he just keeps on committing. It's like... You know, when people get upset with artists or creators or somebody for like watering down their material and changing with the times, they just don't care. Like, it's literally just like, yo, we've been doing the same shit for like a very, very, very long time. We're gonna keep doing the same shit, and we don't care if you don't like it. And you just have to respect it. I don't know. I like it. It's just kind of funny because of that. Although, when it comes to music, the thing that I've actually been listening to recently, I've been listening to way too much Churches. Which is one of those, like, groups that's like, I shouldn't admit that I listen to Churches, but I've been listening to way too much Churches. Screen Violence is a pretty good album. It's pretty good. Pretty fucking good album. And then also the new Beach House release. You saw a Churches show? I would go see Churches if I had the opportunity to. Although I feel like they'd probably be too expensive. Like, I go to a lot of shows, but the second a show is like more than $50, it's like, Which is why I might go see The Offspring, because The Offspring are $55. Should I go see The Offspring, chat? They're here in February. They're playing Rogers Arena, and I could get like a stand seat for $50, which, fuck it. The most normies you've ever seen at a synth pop show? What, for Churches? I mean, they're like mainstream Billboard #1 indie pop group, so yeah, like that would be like that would be about the same crowd that you'd see at a Florence and the Machine show. You know, like that's about as like indie mega hit as you can get. Although I'm really the crowd that I'm curious to see is I'm gonna go see Lebanon Hangover next year. Really curious to see what that crowd looks like. Really curious. I have a feeling it's either just gonna be a bunch of really depressed metalheads or like a really weird mix because they're playing a venue that's normally a metal venue too. So. Yeah, totally. Paranoid. Totally. The concept of bosses is a very uniquely... I don't know. Boss fights are not a uniquely video games thing. As somebody who's had crappy jobs with crappy bosses, it's not unique to video games. They are great. Marilyn Lynch. They're indeed great. But yeah, weird music that I'm seeing next year, just at a glance. Although I might be going to like an indie pop jazz show on Friday, depending. But also apparently the Rickshaw's putting on a charity show on the 10th. What day of the week is that? It's a Friday. And the charity, it's to help people with flood relief. 100% of the proceeds go to Canadian Red Cross. I might actually go to that. I don't know who Brass Camel is, but I'd like to know more. Allegedly, there's a band called Brass Camel playing in this. '70s prog, funk, blues, rock. Okay, I'm interested. Tell me more. Anyway, yeah, weird music I'm seeing early next year. Lebanon Hangover, Boy Harsher, A Place to Bury Strangers, and then Igor. That's gonna be a fun week. That week's going to hurt, but that's gonna be a fun week. I'm also probably gonna go see Static X, Fear Factory, and Dope because I grew up in the early 2000s and I'm gonna go see the bad bands from the early 2000s. Damn it. You can't stop me. No matter how hard you try, you're not gonna be able to stop me. That's how you know that I was like an early 2000s kid who was a delinquent, is because I like Fear Factory and Static X and Dope. I was listening to some Dope recently. Their music does not age well. To the point where, like, I wonder if they still sing their own lyrics. It's like, that is not very, current. Might get you punched in the wrong room. It was very high school. Making menacing wooden spikes, which I'll sell to the dwarves. Still working on those silver crafts. I haven't even started working on the cloth clothing, which I think is wild. I gave you clothes making. Are you gonna go just like start doing that? I wonder. Or mayor. Actually, I think I know why they might not be. Made one lie. Oh, actually, I know why they're not making ash. I don't have any wood furnaces. I destroyed all the wood furnaces. Make 2 wood furnaces down here. Just for soap making purposes. Chat room, since we're super quiet and I'm like trying grasping at strings here to create conversation. You guys been listening to any cool music lately? I've just been trolling through everything the KEXP's been uploading. They've been on a tear recently. Like I stated earlier today, it's been kind of a quiet day. But, I'm just gonna say that this shit's a fucking pop. You ever listened to music and then you expected one thing and it turned out to be something completely fucking different? That's how I felt about that whole performance that I just put in chat. Like, I very much I was like, okay, well, this is like Korean, like relatively traditional Korean music, and then it just turns into just completely different. You rediscovered Goldfrapp? I'm so sorry. I don't hate Goldfrapp. I just forget that Goldfrapp exists, and then I remember Goldfrapp exists. I'm like, oh, right, yeah, Goldfrapp. That existed. Although my only real legitimate memory of Goldfrapp is the fact my most recent like legitimate memory of Goldfrapp is that it was referenced in the movie Hard Candy, which is a movie I never want to watch again. Since you tuned it out after the second repeat? Yeah, I can't do that. I listen to whole albums. I've been informed by a couple people that apparently Forza Horizon has an excellent soundtrack, but like I've never listened to it because I just turned it off the second I started playing Forza Horizon and put on Aphex Twin. And I was like, ah, yes, this is much better. Ah, so like Nelly Furtado. It's like you just listen to Maneater and then you're just good. There's no reason to listen to anything else by Nelly Furtado. Once you've heard Maneater, you're like, well, right, yeah, okay. I've listened to the Nelly Furtado Experience. I can move on with my life. The fuck's she up to these days? Aside from, like, being famous, probably. Allegedly, she put out an album in 2017. Huh. Well, there you go. Does my fort have a famous singer? The Dwarves are all pretty talented in various musical styles, but I don't know about any famous singers. Don't know how I would even check that. Chocobo? Why? Oh, why is that weird? I mean, it's one of those things where it does. It's just not represented graphically. Like, Dwarf Fortress does have sunlight, and it does have daylight, and it has nighttime. But it's not represented graphically because a day is like 30 seconds. So it'd be constant flashing light and dark. Should be hard on the eyes. And dwarves don't need to see in the light because they have dark vision. So, although if you play adventure mode, there is like fog of war and try playing Songs of Six for an extended period of time. It's pretty sickening after a bit, actually. 30 seconds is not that long. What's the word? If you're playing adventure mode, it has line of sight and fog of war and all that, which is pretty close to dynamic lighting, but there was somebody commenting on one of my videos which really perplexed me, where they said that they want Dwarf Fortress to have forced fog of war for multiplayer online battles. That because they were working on a competitive something mod, and they're like, imagine the theory crafting. I'm sitting there going like, how do you expect that to work? Because like, Yeah, there is I know of a way to play Dwarf Fortress in air quotes multiplayer co-op, but it's not pleasant to play. Competitive multiplayer online DF, actually. Not just multiplayer online DF. Competitive. From some, I was probably high as fuck reading it. Stone. I mean, here, like, let me see if I can find the comment. Because I know what video it was left on. There's only 145 comments on that video. It'd be too hard to find. Lord, sometimes they have really long people have really long discussions in these. Here, I really want the ability to mod in two-way Fog of War for multiplayer in order to implement an online versus mod. Theory crafting and hypothetical competitive high-stakes metagame has proven hilarious thus far. Thomas? What? And then I responded with, do you have a working mod for this, or is this purely theory crafting? They never responded. Then someone else who's a longtime DF community member responds with, I highly doubt online versus would be easy if even possible. Just on a technical basis, especially since functionality modding isn't that big in DF. It's like, good luck, I guess. I mean, I guess what you could do is you could just do it like spinning tops or like, what's it called? Beyblades. But it's just all arena. So it's just like you set up your loadout and they set up their loadout and then you press the go button and then they fight. That's about the only way you could actually do it, and it would just be like an auto battler basically. Also, hey, Delta. I saw you, but are they trying to make the slowest esport ever? Now I'm trying to think, what is the slowest esport ever? Probably League of Legends, right? What is the slowest esport ever? I'd say Magic the Gathering, but that would be a lie, because Magic the Gathering, if you know what's going on, gets going. Same with chess. No moods yet. Couple tantrums. My mayor lost their ability to stand. I think still, yep. Because his spine is fractured. I'm trying to fix dwarves still. It's actually been kind of rough. We're still suffering from cave adaptation problems. Oh, well, I mean, I don't think there's any competitive Civ, but I do. I know a guy named Arvius who sometimes does competitive Civilization stuff. Except he does, it's like 10-player free-for-alls, and those are like 17-hour games, so yeah, that's pretty slow. Couple gallons of apple cider and butterscotch schnapps? Yo! Can I have your sister? Please? Couple gallons of cider and butterscotch schnapps. That's wonderful. Actually, competitive XCOM is pretty glacial. You want a slow esport? Competitive XCOM is pretty glacial. Adoption request. If you get to know me, you'll know that I am, like, not against marriage, like, do what you want to do, but I have zero interest. Needs a whole research paper? No, I'm good, Mark. I'm good. I wonder if you can gift somebody Game Pass. Cause maybe I should just gift my family Game Pass for. That's what I should do for Christmas for people, is give people a year of Game Pass, because Game Pass is wonderful. Ayo, return. Welcome back. The berries. I'm still trying to figure out how to do Christmas shopping for my sisters. I need to figure out if I can just gift Game Pass to people, because that would like be the easiest way. And it's right to exist in every move. That seems a bit existential, Delta. Just a little bit existential. Super Smash Dwarf, a fighter game where your player is a dwarf from your fort or you adventure. Sure, I guess? Investments are open. Heads up, chat. They usually get stuff they want themselves. Yeah, which is why I don't ask my family for synthesizers, because I ask my family for synthesizers and they're like, you want what? Because they're too expensive. Also, autumn has come. Heads up, it's that season, Stone. Nice typo, Delta. Here, I'll just delete that one for you. There you go. There you go. You did it correctly. Those two keys are way too close together. You're not the first person to do that. All right, the annual tribute from the humans have arrived. Both of the humans. Ingest, yes. Animal's just an ingest server. Tickets not found, animal? Kind of sad. I haven't received a key for Wartail yet. Big sad. Stone, are you present? If you don't say that you are present, I will screenshot this for you in a minute. They brought a horse. That's kind of horse. In the forest? None in the forest. I mean, all of my projects are kind of just like focused on keeping the dwarves from killing each other right now, because we're kind of having some stress, like ongoing stress problems. And it's kind of rough. So Not present, but you're here? Well, let me know if you got it. When you're ready for me to scroll. I support so many people on Patreon. Patreon has to send me 2 receipts. That's kind of funny. Alrighty. Scrolling. Alright, so that would be that one, I would guess. It's 10 units of chicken blood in a barrel that holds 10 units of chicken blood. And if you're curious about how much is a unit of chicken blood, I'm sure you could look up the exact ratios and totals in on the wiki, if you are inclined. Some mild council tributes. To be fair, they've been bringing some pretty heavy animals. Like, a horse is not a light thing to bring. Horses are pretty heavy. You're bracing for starting FS20, Farming Simulator 22, and working on your bail catastrophe? Now, do you mean bail as in being bailed out of prison, or bailed as in bailing bales of hay? Can you define bail in this instance, or are we just simply discussing Christian Bale fandom? Or Baal, the deity? what are we referring to? Yes, it is a pup. Indeed, a pup. Oh, really? A pup means planner. Doesn't mean a puppy dog? I'm disappointed. Hay bales? Ah! Well, if you're subscribed to me or anybody in my stream team, we have a sub server on the Halcyon Frequency Discord. I'm just saying. I need to actually, like, dive into that. I played the tutorials and I just been busy. I need to stop playing Halo and, like, learn how to play Farm Simulator 22. Because I have no idea how to play Farming Simulator. I'm sure it's easy enough, but... yeah, it won't move those bales. This is true. That is true. It won't move those bales. But apparently it's producing a lot of tomatoes, so... And last time I looked at the server chat for it, it was just like, we're making lots of money on tomatoes, guys. Just make sure you keep picking them. And that's actually a pretty big one for them. Got indeed. I mean, it's true. I do need to stop playing Halo and learn how to play Farm Simulator. It's absolutely true. I've legit just been playing... Like, the legit reason why I haven't gotten into Farming Simulator is because all of my off-stream gaming time has been spent playing Halo. It's absolutely true. Also, that is quote something. Quote 351. Halo's so 1998. Man... I am a depraved once Halo fan who loved Halo Combat Evolved, and then they never put them on PC again. That's not totally true. They put 2 on PC, sort of. But, like, then they just really didn't put them on PC for a decade. And so I loved that first Halo, and I loved the multiplayer for that first Halo. And then they just never put them on PC again, and it made me very, very sad. And then we got Master Chief Collection, which was buggy mess, and now we finally have, like, a functional Halo game that feels like a good project, and it's free! I'm in heaven. It's great. But Euro Truck Sim is good. I prefer America Truck Sim just because I like the trucks more in America Truck Sim than Euro Truck Sim. They're more fun to drive, in my opinion. But all right, let's bring a bunch of stuff to sell. Man, I really wish I could figure out how to make my icon go purple automatically on Discord again, because for some, it just stopped enabling streamer mode at some point, and I can't figure out why. The ATS over ETS, you can actually pronounce the city names, and you don't have to drive on the wrong side of the road in half of the maps. Also, Darren, thank you very much for the 19th month. Welcome back for another month with that Prime. Thank you very much for continuing to click the button. As Nil says, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? You can practice your other. Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, like, I got nothing against pronouncing the towns. It's just, I like the visual of the big American trucks. Man, Hype Train's on and off cooldown for 2 minutes. It's a pity. Vagrant! Is that how you say that? Is it Vagrant or is it V4 Gan? I'm assuming it's Vagrant, or Vagant. But thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Enjoy the emotes and a round of beers and ad-free viewing for 30 days. Cheers. Much. And then Yushiro says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Are you stabbing my chat, Delta? that what that's supposed to be? It looks like a stabbing motion. Why is Shen murdering my chat? That's kind of terrifying. Disconnect and reconnect your Twitch to your Discord account. You've seen this happen with others and it randomly stops changing the status to streaming and that usually fixes it? Huh. Now I need to figure out how to do that. I guess it would be account connections, probably? Just disable streamer mode. Duh. Connections. Disconnect. And authorize. Let's try this. And then re-enable streamer mode, I guess. Yay, I fixed it. Cheers. Thank you. You know, for someone who spends a lot of time on Twitch, you'd think I'd know how it worked. And Discord, you'd think I know how they worked, but... Huzzah! Thank you. Yo, that looks delicious. Fire stupid. That looks delicious. Genuinely delicious. Apparently you can now time out people on Discord. I just got a ping from Discord gods that apparently you can now time out people on Discord. They can't react to things or talk, but it doesn't actually ban them from the channel. Huh. I guess some Discords move fast enough that there's a reason for you to do that. Mine certainly doesn't. Maybe I'm going to need to do that to Kravicus to make him slow down in the memes channel. It's like, I can't keep up. Nah. This instance, I imagine it's a cult shoving beer down new subs. I mean, I wouldn't imagine it's a cult shoving beer down people's throats. I think it's because, like, there's plenty of people who watch the stream who don't drink. I think it's more of a, like, you know, when you walk into the bar and people are like, hey, that kind of thing. You know, it's less violent and evil and more, hey, have a beer kind of thing if you want, or tea. We got that too. Coffee or apple juice.
Love Vervids on YouTube, especially your regular DF news. Thank you, Smile.
Sad news is I don't know if there will be as much news for a bit. In fact, there will probably be significantly less, but I'm glad that you like the YouTube vids. Thanks for the sub. And the $1! Cheers. You never drank a drop of alcohol in your life? I wouldn't recommend you start. It's not good for you. Hello, Costlord. How's things? Is that there is no news? I mean, sure, but what's the point? It's like I already upload a lot. I don't need to I don't need to be a content farm. Nano Bill, what's up? You're drinking right now? What you drinking? What you sipping? Coke? With vodka. Ugh. Not a big fan of alcoholic drinks mixed with soda. It just kind of makes my teeth hurt. But whatever, floats your boat. Madness. Hi, Hobo. Yeet. Hobo, arrive. How's your day been, Hobo? But thing be all right. I think today's been okay. Got some annoyingly depressed dwarves. But not too depressed, just kind of annoyingly depressed. Trying to... actually, we can probably cancel those and cancel those. Apparently, he's lacking on cloth, so we're just going to redo all this in silk. Booster kicked your ass, spent the afternoon sleeping. Fuck yeah. I mean, after all the work you've done, I think you deserve an afternoon of sleeping. Hopefully it wasn't too bad of an ass kick, but sometimes you just got to kick that immune system back into gear, you know? Apparently I did the gloves twice. Let's do leather shoes. I mean, the 5G signal here still doesn't exist, which makes me sad, but if these damn shots would work, then the signal would actually function. Yeah, we don't get, what's it called? We're not getting our boosters until next year because America's hoarding shots again. Like, oh, there's no supply. Well, it's lots in America, apparently. Do I get to wait another 2 months? We'll get him eventually, though. Hobo, I have a very important question for you. Should I buy tickets to go see The Offspring, or nah? What do you think? I mean, yeah, the signal would in theory be great, but how much it depends. I mean, it's a synthesizer, so that's all I have to say is it's a synthesizer. But that's the actual problem, is the fact that I want to also buy a synthesizer, so I shouldn't be buying tickets for concerts. But to see The Offspring, it's like $55 for stands, which is all I do, because I don't want to be on the floor, because it's assigned seating. So what the fuck's the point of being on the floor if it's assigned seating? But the question is, do I go to more concerts, or do I buy a synthesizer? That's kind of the question that I'm stuck on right now. So Offspring is $55 for stands. Or otherwise, I think it's like $200 for floor, but I don't give a fuck. Synth versus Offspring? Offspring is okay, you guys. I don't know. I've never seen The Offspring, so it's kind of me like throwing around the question of like which one. I happen to really like The Offspring, but you've seen them twice. Okay, so for you it's an easy say. So how are they then? Because I've never seen, or rather I haven't seen, I've seen footage of them. Having never seen them, it's like, do I keep buying concert tickets or do I kind of pause buying concert tickets for a bit and instead buy a synthesizer? We're pretty good? I mean, they're, no offense to The Offspring, their songs are pretty simple, so if they weren't good, that would be pretty bad. Like, that would be like Megadeth levels of bad. It's like, your song is like 6 notes and you can't play 4 of them. Megadeth. Jeez. That's what years of bad posture will do. I agree with that, Dwarf. What do you care of how I speak or how I live? I'd say about 70% of the concerts I go to alone. I do have a small group of friends that I go to shows with sometimes, though. But the majority of shows that I go to by myself. My mayor forgot a demand, but we gave you the demand, though. I guess that means we can remove it from your bedroom and you won't be mad. Merchants are leaving. Like, you're like, concerts started happening here in October. October 15th was when concerts started happening here again, Hapghost. I've been to 5 since October 15th, and I might be going to one on Friday. That one's a maybe, though. Only $15, though. But it's 4 local bands. It's like a bunch of, like, indie funk and jazz. I go to a lot of concerts. Like, a lot of concerts. I'm just debating on whether or not I want to go see The Offspring, because that's a really large amount of people. Most of the concerts I go to are, like, tiny. Where the fuck are you going? Such a weird route to take. How in the world is that efficient? I mean, I guess, but like, Christ. I'm also apparently only like 80% brain today. I wish I could acquire the rest of my brain. Cause like I'm like incapable of like focusing on a particular subject, and I'm not sure why. Like I've developed ADD today. I think it's probably because I didn't sleep as much as I should have last night. Kind of like just didn't fall asleep for a really long time. Not entirely sure why, but it's just kind of one of those nights. Here's your idea for the matter. You can buy the synth later, but Offspring is only now. No, I mean, Offspring comes back pretty free. Not really the best reasoning that. But I don't know. I don't even. But yeah, in regards to Dwarf Fortress news, because of the... I think that the next actual Dwarf Fortress news will probably just be an announcement that they have a new artist. Although I do need to be paying attention to Bay 12 because allegedly at some point today there should be a Future of the Fortress. So whenever that comes out, I need to check in on that and see. I'm kind of hopeful that there will be some more information regarding the art situation and if that will cause delays in the Future of the Fortress, because I saw some questions being asked. Seeker just threw a tantrum. Where's Seeker at? is Seeker at? That's an interesting tantrum. Through something, wants to be around family. Take you off of being a scholar. See what you do. Don't see any disorderly conduct charges. Game's not paused, he's just sitting there. He's supposedly having a tantrum, but you can't tell because he's on too many things. Had a tantrum by himself in the library and nobody saw it. Welcome back, Bastet. It's locks? No. Guess there's just too many jobs to get done. Kind of shocked about how much silk we've acquired. Like, I had no idea we'd acquired that much silk. How's Bumblebed doing? Uh-oh. Interested after learning about Spear. That dwarf. I think we should just let them keep training. Except, Peter, I'm gonna put you into this squad. You go put down that spear. Just go wander around and help yourself, hopefully. Well, at least Lumpy likes putting on fancy clothing. Zombie's happy about this. Chat room, I believe that it is lunchtime for me. Since we've traded with the dwarves, and dwarves are just doing crafting, I believe that it is time for me to go just do lunch. So I think I'm going to just go do lunch. You guys can follow Pilot, who is making leather shoes. When I come back, I'm not sure what we're going to do this evening. I'm not sure. We need to figure that out. I don't know what the evening stream game is going to be. You know what I'm kind of tempted to do? I'm kind of tempted to just play an attempt at that Shadows of the Forgotten Gods game. And then after that, just stream some fucking Halo Infinite. Like, just get a party going and just play some Halo. Kind of tempted to do that. I think that's what the plan for the evening is. Either on stream or off stream. I don't actually care about either way. But yeah, I think we'll do probably like another 40 minutes to an hour of Longdeath once I come back from my lunch break. We'll play some more of that Shadows of the Forgotten Gods. Except I'm just going to put it on easy, and we'll just try and play it slowly and like figure it out. Yeah. And then after that, I'll either be on Discord playing some Halo or on stream. I don't know. I'm like I'm undecided as to whether or not I want to just be a capital G gamer and fucking stream some, Halo. Anyway, I'm gonna go get me some foods. You guys make some leather shoes, and can get it by restarting their year and getting the credit for the months they haven't used, which you're totally going to do. I'm trying to read that. You're going to mention that anyone currently has the annual Patreon thing going on the Patreon can get the current sale by restarting their year and getting credit for the months that they haven't used. Oh, really? That's actually really interesting. Neat. Anyway, so that's a thing you can do, chat. Halo won't work on your PC. Two Potatoes PC. Oh, sad. Anyway, BRB. All right, I'm back. I can basically echo what Hobo just said. I really, 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 really like Halo, but I've really, really, really liked Halo for a really, really, really long time. And the main reason I enjoy Halo is because it's a shooter that I can play with my crappy eyesight. Because everything is super bright and colorful and obvious and clear. You can see dudes from a mile away. And if my eyes aren't working and I can't like shoot, I can just drive a vehicle around and feel like I'm helping. Or just like grab a flag and whack people with it. So I enjoy it for that reason. But it's also just really nice because it's a first-person shooter that doesn't take itself too seriously, is not super military fetishy like, you know, Battlefield and Call of Duty tend to get. And it does a very good job just feeling like a fun video game without taking itself too seriously. Kind of in the same way Titanfall did, which was the last shooter I really had fun with. Seeker's throwing a tantrum. That's terrifying. Are you? There you are. So that's also fun. But it's just nice to have a first-person shooter out on PC that doesn't feel like it's half-assed, which I think is kind of hilarious because Halo Infinite was supposed to launch with the multiplayer and the single player at the same time, and the single player got delayed by a month. But it feels like a fully featured game, and it doesn't feel like you're getting less for for not paying for anything. Like, I don't know if Hobo has paid for anything, but I haven't paid a cent on that game. Like, I literally haven't given it a dime. And I feel like I've got a full experience from that, and that is kind of awesome. And I feel like because we live in a world where games never or very rarely end up feeling complete, it's just so nice to play a game that feels complete. Well, that's how I feel about Halo. It feels complete. It feels like a full video game with full features that you are not, you know, losing out on anything if you don't spend money on it. And I feel like a lot of free-to-play shooters and free-to-play games in general, you pretty quickly feel like you are losing out on something if you aren't paying for it. Halligalli, thanks for the host. Hope your forts have been good. So yeah, it's like a kind of a combination of just I have nostalgia for classic Halo because I played a lot of classic Halo back in the day. So there's just that. But also, you know, it's just nice to be able to play Halo again. Apparently, I have a peahen to pull out of here. Wait, hold on a second. Are you telling me that isn't a meeting area? Oh my god. I may have just discovered the source of why there isn't enough dining tables in my fortress chat. All right, so I have these three big zones, right? This is a dining zone, this is a dining zone, and this is a dining zone. All for my tavern. For some reason, I took this one away as part of my dining zone, and it was only a pen pasture to like store animals that are my pets. Meaning a large chunk of the stuff in this zone, or they weren't able to use any of these tables, which completely explains why they didn't think there was enough tables. And it's a complaint that I've been noticing in my dwarves for a while. It's like ashamed at the lack of tables. I am such an idiot. Sure, link away. Freeways? What game? What game? Like, are you just asking for, like, a glossary first impressions of a Steam page? But yeah, sure. I mean, can do. Just what game? I'll look them up. V_rising. Or just V Rising? Oh, this is that studio. This is Stunlock Games. This is the people who made Battlerite and Bloodline Champions. I I mean, it's a crafting PvE open world game. I mean, at a glance, it's not something I'd be interested in. Because it's like online PvP, right? I don't know. This studio is neat. This studio, like, always tries to do cool things, and I feel like has kind of gotten the brunt of everything. Although they did kind of abandon Battlerite to make a Battle Royale, which kind of blows, which pissed everybody off who liked Battlerite, and nobody really liked their Battle Royale, so I don't know. I mean, I feel kind of bad for this studio, but you're back playing that again? I should... that's good. That's on the list of things to do this month when it comes to Songs of Six. One of the screenshots looks like a Diablo game. Yeah, but it's got PvP. I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on that because yeah, Bloodline Champions was fun. Fuck Battlerite, man. Like, I played Bloodline Champions back in the day. Bloodline Champions was great. I loved Bloodline Champions. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. Was telling you that you're in the 1% of listens. Did you just have like Everlong just on repeat for months? Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. Freeways. Why do you ask though? Fair enough. DeBerries, fair enough. I don't know where to find these Spotify stats. Although my Spotify stats are probably really wrong because I got a new Spotify account halfway through the year, so found it yesterday. Ah, yeah, no, I've been aware of that game for a bit. Vampire theme idea? Yeah, I mean, like I said, it looks neat, but it's not something I'll play. It is not something I would play, so. Generally, like, if it's something that I would play, then I can give you a more legitimate, like, thoughts on it, but because it's not something I would play, blah. If that makes any sense. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2? I'm not going to say don't hold out hope for that, but that game's either going to be phenomenal or absolutely horrendous based on the way that studio's been going. All right, we're finally almost done making all this clothing. Uh-oh. Arch is tantruming and beating the crap out of Jimmy Tivy. That's not good. Left hand is torn open. Lots of bruising. Quite a bit of blood on the ground. Battletech is phenomenal. There's a big chance they're going to cancel it. I don't think they'll cancel it. But I wouldn't hold out hope for it being good. Let's cancel those, cancel those. Keep the Ash and Talo and stuff going. Just slaughter a bunch of bulls and that'll get us plenty of Talo. Alrighty, Arch. Come on, someone's got to report that crime. I mean, Jimmy will report the crime once he's done being in prison. Restless. Gratitude after being rescued. Well, that's good. I mean, sure. If you want to name a mech warrior after me, I'll take it. Just remember that there's an eject button that exists. You know what's funny is my rarest BattleTech achievement is for hitting the eject button 100 times, because I would eject people pretty frequently when I played BattleTech. Like, whenever a mech was, like, getting kind of shaky, I would just eject to save the pilot. And then, like, make the most of what's left of the mech, right? But that's my rarest BattleTech achievement, and it's not a very high percentage of people, from what I can tell, even use the eject button. I'm gonna go look at it. What is the actual percentage of people? I'm really curious. See if it's gone up. Yeah, okay. It's Coward of the Periphery. Eject 20 times. 1.6% of players have that achievement. I genuinely believe nobody knows that the eject button exists. More people have every mech in the game than have hit the eject button 20 times. Which I think is hilarious. Until now. Well, now you know! Now you know! It's like the bottom left of the screen, and it's like a little square with an arrow pointing up in it. Yeah, there's an eject button. And if you hit the eject button, it saves your pilot's life. Oh. If a pilot's like about to explode, fucking hit the eject button. Oh, was that you, Joe? Okay, people have different usernames in different places, so I don't know who's who. Do I have any suggestions? I don't know. Let me have dwarves as well as elves. Like if I could have an embark that has both, that would, I think, be the coolest. I don't even know if that's possible, but I just want to be able to blend factions so we can have a weird like Santa and his elves faction. But we lost too many pilots in the campaign. It saves you from so much grinding. It's so much easier to just buy a new mech than it is to train up a new pilot. Like, if you have, like, a high-level pilot, fucking eject that shit. Do not even risk it. Not worth it. Especially when you're playing with permadeath on. Like, it is not even remotely worth it. Slam that eject button immediately. I'm actually really curious about what they're working on next. I'm gonna practice some martial art. You know, fuck it. Let's put you into the Eternal Guard, Quiminer. There was a DF hack mode for foreign race migrants. Yeah, might be beyond your expertise. Yeah, I don't want things that require DF hack, but I don't know. Chat, any requests or ideas for a holiday themed mod that we could theoretically play on this stream? For, you know, the holidays. Because currently, like, what's in the mod that I talked about earlier? Just trying to see what you've actually got in there currently. Because currently it's like, what? Polar elves and frost goblins. I think I like frost goblins more than polar elves. More info in the manual. Yeah, I haven't even downloaded it yet, so. Don't even know that exists. I mean, maybe more toy variety? More reasons to make toys? I mean, you have to make toys regardless. Come on. The difference is if you're ice goblins, then you murder everybody when they show up for the toys instead of, you know. You did add new types of toys? Yeah, I don't know exactly what you've added, so Hard for me to say. But frost goblins sound like fun, so I'll definitely have to check it out. Although I probably won't touch it until next week. Got a bunch of things I want to do by then. But, you know, streaming 24 days in a row, so we've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 extra streams that we'll be doing. What's the best DF theme? The one that you like the most at that point in time, DBZ. DBZ Gohan! We've detected. Original Dragon Ball was better. I'm just saying. Let's take Bumblebed out of the military. It's true. It was. The difference is I've seen all of the original Dragon Ball. I haven't seen all of DBZ because I got bored of DBZ. I didn't get bored of the original Dragon Ball. DBZ was just like episode 12 of "Ah!" Whereas original Dragon Ball was like, yo, it's like an anime sitcom. Which is basically the original Dragon Ball. I mean, there's still tournaments and bullshit, but it's more about just like nonsensical comedy and less about like "Ah!" But, you know, there's always a place for "Ah!" I can't keep doing that all day. Just reminds me of that one scene of the English voice actor just like passing out in the recording booth while recording lines for Dragon Ball, just like fainting from screaming. It's like, oh my god, that's intense, man. All right, so there we go. Arch gets a whole bunch of disorderly conduct charges. Yeah, no, exactly. Exactly. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're both great shows. 85 days in prison, that might help Arch. And a beating. Excellent. Yeah, Joe, I just have a hard time keeping track of who's who on the Discord because a lot of people have different names on the Discord. Set a nickname, but you don't think they're enabled on the Discord? They should be. Because other people set nicknames all the time, so... Unless, like, there's some sort of weird thing going on in the back. I don't know. Considering I'm a Discord partner, I have 2 Discord hoodies and a Discord mug, and and they keep sending me pins for some stupid fucking reason. I have absolutely no idea how the back end of Discords work. It's like not something I've ever put like even like 10 seconds of effort into. It's always just been like, nah, it's done. Okay, just fucking figure it out. Like it took me like 3 years to add categories to my Discord. I was just like, I kind of just refused until people finally bugged me enough, and then eventually I added them. So, like, I don't know. I'm bad at Discord, so. I only have so much brain ability. Discord's kind of my limit. To a degree. Categories? I know, right, Ryan? So, Ryan, what do you think? Should I? I sent you that DM. Should
Many
I?
people ask me, Nikita.
Also, you have a new emote.
Will the blin.
Technically, because I gave tier 3 subs new emotes. Actually, Hobo, you have a new emote too. And there's only 6 of you guys right now, so. You have a tourist emote. Yours is a mess. You have like 20 categories that you haven't used in like a year. This is the Halcyon Frequency Community Discord. We have our general stuff. We have all the announcements channels. And then we have a different section for each of our multiplayer servers, plus the moderator section. It's a automated mess. But hey, it works. Yes, when you're on when you're being a tourist, you can now be a tourist. You're the tourist. My roguelike mascot. Billionaire, thanks for the raid. Stone should get excited about that raid. What were you doing today? Good crowd. Damn. Demos on a couple sponsored games? Neat. What's up, dude? Welcome, Raiders. If you guys don't know Billionaire, Hobo should shout you out. Hey, Infinity. Billionaire's part of my stream team. He's a fantastic Finnish lad. He apparently was playing a bunch of demos and sponsored games today, so. Allegedly. There you go. See, 67. I don't quite trust Ryan enough to give him a sword. Nothing against Ryan, it's just I don't trust him enough to give him a sword. There you go. This dwarf just should always be in prison because he's so much happier in prison. What, not trusting you enough to give you a sword is a good idea? Noted. Well, let's see. For our mods, we have one who's distant, who's always playing games, who disappears for really long periods of time. We have one who watches on his phone and disappears frequently, and when he is watching, he can't mod anyway because he's on his phone all the time. That's Sergaz. Then we have B-Lug, who's always working, who's probably got the stream muted, probably paying attention, sort of, but also probably working. And if he's not working, then he's probably taking care of his kid, which fucking should be instead of, you know, watching the stream anyway. Then there's Hobo, who's just baked generally. Or maybe not generally, but the Hobo who's baked. Or we'd like to believe is baked all the time to live up to his username. And that's like pretty much it. Who else do we have? You know, a few things. Hey, Monkey. Hyper effective mod team. I mean, generally we just don't need mods. That's the actual reality. Is like most. Oh yeah, then we have Audio, who only can ever tune into the second half of the stream because work, and then sometimes can't tune in for really long periods of time because work, and then when he can't tune in, it's when because of work. He's not generally on a computer. He's usually on a phone, so again, can't really help. Ryan's just got backstage passes, so he's satisfied. Also, Monkey Wagon, since you clearly came in from Bellinair's stream, what games did Bellinair play today? I was kind of curious. Seems like it was a pretty good crowd. Sweet. Cleaning out the tavern. Time of year is it? Gotta be early. Yeah, we're early winter. All right. Got like a lump in my throat. of them were pretty unfinished. I mean, that tends to happen with demos, right? Demos tend to be, well, demo-y. I'm going to be playing a new game for me in a little bit here. We're switching to a game called Shadows of the Forgotten Gods, which is kind of like a hex-based apocalypse sort of 4X game. Lasts as long as your V30. Good luck, Ryan. Good luck. Hey, Ryan. If I were to hypothetically invite you to play some Halo tonight, do you want to play some Halo tonight? Because 6 years you had that phone? My longest running one was my Nexus 2. Yeah, my Google Nexus 2, which lasted me 5 years, I think. Like 2014 to 2019, I think. Then I got the Huawei, which lasted me a year and a half until it warped. And now I have this thing, TCL T10 Pro, which I like. It's got some annoyances though. Hypothetically speaking, you would hypothetically be down. Mm-hmm. Hypothetically, we should play some Halo later. I'm like debating as to whether or not I should stream it, but I might. I might just be a gamer and stream it. What could go wrong, right? What could go wrong? What could actually go wrong about aside from like everything? You're looking at the Pixel 6 TCL or just buying a V60 LG's flagship. LG still makes flat phones? What? That's news to me. Honestly, the reason I got this phone is one very simple reason. It has a headphone jack. Legit, that's the reason I got this phone. And a replaceable battery. I was just like, I was like, do you have any phones that have a headphone jack? They're like, let me see. We're like, TCL T10 Pro has one. I was like, yes, I'll take it. I'll take two. Not quite, but I'll take it. So I'm quite satisfied with this phone because the feature that I care about works. The headphone jack. I can't even describe how nice it is to not have to fucking charge my earbuds. Like, I know so many people love the wireless life, but like, when it comes to earbuds, like, that's just ridiculous. Like, I don't need to fucking charge earbuds. There's never going to be a point in my life where I'm going to feel okay about charging earbuds. It's just not going to happen. I'm never going to feel okay about it. I'm always just going to be mad when I have to charge my earbuds. The number of times I've, like, gone to go out and then just, like, put in my earbuds and it's like, battery low. It's like, literally throw hat across the room anger. It's just not cool. I do not like it. Do not like it at all. Just maximum angry. So. Did you buy the phone that you bought because it has a headphone jack? If you did, then A clap. Also, allegedly, War Tales is good. Allegedly. You see, that's not enough, though. 8-hour charge? That's not enough. Sorry. Because, like, it's always diminishing returns. It's always diminishing returns. Always. It starts off as an 8-hour charge, and then it's, like, 6 months later, it's a 6-hour charge. And then 6 months later, it's a 4-hour charge. And I want my headphones to last. And it drives me nuts when I spend, like, $80 on wireless fucking earbuds that the batteries die in them after a year. It's like, fuck you. I can make a pair of $40 earbuds last me 5 years. In fact, I've gone back to using the ones that I used with my phone before I got my first phone without a headphone jack, and they still work just fine. Like, just these old-ass Sennheiser earbuds that I've had since, like, 2014. It's like they just... I don't know. I've run into that issue multiple... Like, as somebody who used to work night shift, right? Back when I worked night shift and I had phones that didn't have headphone jacks, which was, like, 2015 plus, or 2016 plus, I just got so fucking fed up with them. It's like, I never want to do that again. Never want to do it again. Where you go to eat, Dwarf? There they go. They're actually using the tables again. See, they're still ashamed dwelling upon the lack of dining tables. Apparently the lack of dining tables is a really bad debuff. Oh, shit! Oh, wait, never mind. I always get excited when I see this, and then I realize that, oh yeah, your lover's dead. Ghost had a lover, and their lover died. Yeah, see, when I worked night shift, it was like an hour on the to and fro for public transit, and then another hour. So it would be like 2 hours of public transit there and back, and plus another 8 hours of work. So it'd be 8 hours of listening plus, so it was actually like 12 hours. So like I would run out of battery by the end of my shift because I just have them in the whole shift basically, especially towards the end. And it drove me nuts. Literally, like, wireless headphones are the worst invention and thing that our species has dedicated to in the last, I don't know. It's like up there with cigarettes for one of the most stupid things we've ever come up with. Also because they're practically disposable plastics. They're not recyclable. Good luck ripping those batteries out. They're just going to get thrown into the trash. They're going to end up in the fucking landfill. Bah! I don't know. I hate those things. So Rhinestone, should I buy a Naturia Mini Brute? What do you think? Literally staring at the Amazon page for it right now. I mean, it's as of now $100 cheaper than it was previously. The fuck? Just randomly got a key from Yacht Club Games for whatever the heck Puzzle Knight Pocket Dungeon is. What the fuck is that? Shovel Knight Pocket Dungeon. Shovel Knight Pocket Dungeon. Apparently it's not out yet. What is this? Hold on a second. Did they make an actual dungeon crawler? Oh my god. A Shovel Knight game I might actually want to play. It's a legit, like... I will actually play this. What is the madness of this? Yeah, no, this is Yacht Club Games. But they made like a little puzzly dungeon crawler. Look at this. This looks legit. I mean, it's a puzzle game, but like it looks legit. Huh. I will actually play that. A bad person. Thank you for the key. Yoink. When's the embargo? December 12th. Man! God damn it. Alright, well. Still yoinking that. It's funny because like I don't like Shovel Knight generally. Like I didn't like like I'm not a big fan of like retro platformers. But yeah, I'll play that on the 12th. Fuck yeah. Absolutely. K-cups aren't an invention, right? An invention would have to imply that they created something new. K-cups are just simply a really bad example of like endgame capitalism, where it's like, here's a bunch of things that already exist and work perfectly fine by themselves. Coffee filters, crappy ground coffee, right? Coffee filter and crappy ground. Now let's make that into one thing together and sell it to you for an inflated price because it's convenient. Does it actually benefit anybody? No. Does it actually make your life easier? No. Does it produce more waste? Yes. Content after pondering dietary relationships. That's such a fucking odd one. The diets of different creatures. I guess like the difference between an omnivore and an herbivore and a Texan meatitarian. They're still stupid, because a reusable K-cup is just a fucking coffee filter. Buy a fucking coffee filter. Sorry, it's just so dumb. It's so dumb. Like, let's make a thing that already exists less convenient, because that's all it is. Let's actively just make our lives more difficult for ourselves. The product. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying it's stupid. It's so dumb. It's like, man, what? It's like that branded juicer that's just like, yo, put this juice bag in the thing and we'll make you juice. It's like, why don't you just buy juice instead of the $300 juicer to make juice? It's not even like a soda stream where like, it's actually, like you can actually make like healthier homemade sodas. Juicero, was that the name of it? It's literally the exact same level of stupid. The difference is people have accepted it. If people accepted the Juicer McGooser 9000, then it would have been fine too. But people had a stroke of genius here and were like, that is stupid. And you know what? The world listened and agreed. If people just went, that is stupid at K-Cups, then we wouldn't have K-Cups either. And then life would be a lot better. Anyway, just buy a fucking coffee filter. Or like even better, don't buy a coffee filter, buy a French press, and then you don't need coffee filters. Even better. Everybody wins. I give up. Now that you've had the, mandatory K-Cup coffee filter rants aside, what time of year is it? It is midwinter, 21st of Opal. This poor dwarf. Speaker's trying to attend a meeting while the mayor is sleeping. That seems pleasant for the mayor. It's 5 depressed dwarves we have in the fort right now. It's 4 more than I'm comfortable with. The dwarf wants to learn things. It's going to make you into a scholar. Because fortunately, merchants can be given occupations. So if you can be given occupations, then you can go be a scholar. As in, like, the fish? You know what's was the biggest disappointment out of the last interview we did with Tarn? Is that even though we asked the question, he never actually answered what the airspeed velocity of an unladen carp is. I'm sure he probably could have answered the water velocity of an unladen carp. You have to put that in the mod. Carp people, maybe, or make that into a favorite type of food or something. I don't know. The water velocity is 40 kilometers per hour. I mean, that's pretty terrifying. But what about the airspeed velocity? I still would love to know the answer. Maybe make like a frost carp. Or an ice carp or something. Bumblebed is throwing... No, not Bumblebed. God, this is actually like really rough because this is one of those times where it's just like... Because the last big tantrum spiral we had, I knew exactly why it was happening. This one, I don't know why it's happening. Which makes it really rough. Falling upon being caught in the snow. Only after being away from friends. Like, I'm trying to fix that. Not my fault you have no friends. Please just punch somebody and then enjoy being in prison. There you go, you punch somebody. Scratch is the wood car after in the lower body, tearing the muscle and bruising the guts. It's pretty brutal. Also, a bunch of people are gonna go report crime. In a wholesome dwarf prison? God, I hope so. Also, you punched somebody else. Swiped at the planter. Seemed to miss a lot, though. Two accounts of disorderly conduct. Handful of witnesses on each one. Let's see what... Oh, you just get a beating. Boo, that's not even gonna help. That benefits nobody. Damn it, I wish you committed more of a crime, Dwarf. So we could have given you prison time. Yeah. I have a question though, Joe. What about Yule logs? Could we make Yule logs like a weapon? Like make the elves equip Yule logs. Hey, Rari's become has become a peasant. Well, that's great. Good God, man, that's a lot of clothing. All right, Rory's become a peasant, which means I can give you jobs. And we'll give you the most important job of making soap. We'll give you lye making and soap making. And also, I'm going to put you into the military. You know what you could do? You could swap out altars and make them into wreaths. Because altars are kind of pointless anyway and have no practical use. So just rename them wreaths. Trying to think what else. Or maybe make altars into trees. Could make Christmas trees. Or holiday trees or something. And with the correct tweak to the tile set, you can actually make it look real nice. They grow baubles in the winter? Oh, that's amazing. I'm gonna have to make a custom tile set for this thing, though. That's the problem. Satisfied after getting into an argument, shaken after being beaten, gratitude after being rescued. Raising a family, you become completely hopeless. You're in a constant state of internal rage. Find something humorous in everything. How strong are you? Yeah, I can't. You're too strong. You know what? Let's see. Humble Bed, let's see if you like being the dungeon keeper. Means you need an office and shit, which I can sort out easily. There you go. Humblebed is now a dungeon master. It's because of that person's take on life. I'm wondering if it'll help. Satisfied after getting fondness after talking with a sibling. Gratitude after being rescued. Theoretically, I'm also missing Hammerer. But Captain of the Guard just kind of gets that job. But all that being said, I'll think about the ideas of if you need anything of anything that you should add to that holiday themed mod. I definitely want to try the Krampus slash ice goblins. That seems cool. Or frost goblins, I think is what you called them. But till then, chat, I think it is time for us to bid goodbye to Longdeath for the day. We're in year 348. We started in year 346, so we made some pretty good progress. Frostlands, yeah, Frostlands. So, I think that's time for us to say goodbye to Longdeath for the day. We're not done with the stream, though. We're just going to be swapping games. So if you want to stick around, that'd be rad. If you're piecing out and moving elsewhere, I would just like to let everybody know that annual re-ups on my Patreon are now 16% off. So if you want a 16% discount and want to subscribe to my Patreon for a whole year, you could do that at a discounted rate right now. Also, if you want to see more Dwarf Fortress than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime, you can do that on my YouTube channel. We're going to go play a run of a indie strategy game called Shadows of the Forgotten Gods, or Shadows of Forgotten Gods, which is a turn-based apocalypse simulator. So let's go cause an apocalypse, shall we? But in order to do that, I have to move a few things around and get a few things off. So this is an independent hobbyist project, which we saw on Steam and we're like, this looks neat, and we bought it. So we're going to play that. And then afterwards, I'm either going to stream some Halo or I'm going to play some Halo on Discord. One of the two. I haven't decided yet, but one of the two will happen. There you go. Dwarfs is ready to close. Shadows. Hidden gods, not forgotten.